just a few minutes here while we wait for people to be entering the room. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. We'll give just a few minutes here while people continue to enter the webinar. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Email Archive Symposium. My name is Chris Prom, and I am the Director of the Email Archives Building Capacity and Community Project, as well as the Associate Dean for Digital Strategies here at the University of Illinois, where we're hosting this event from today in not sunny, but cloudy Champaign-Urbana. I'm very excited and happy to welcome you to this symposium, which is in some ways the capstone event for the Email Archiving, Building Capacity and Community, or EABCC project. Just a little bit of an inside joke, which I'm sure you get. But before we tell you a little bit more about the project and the 3 days ahead, I'd like to share just a few pieces of critical information with all of you. First, I'm proud to say that we have over 600 plus registrants for this symposium. Now, this does post an outside chance that we're going to reach the capacity limit, but I'm hopeful that's not the case and that all of you will be able to participate fully in all aspects of the Zoom symposium and webinar over the next few days. However, I will point out that the sessions are also being live streamed to YouTube and recorded and shared for later viewing. So if on the outside chance capacity is reached on the Zoom webinar, Zoom will provide you a link directly to the live stream. Second, finally, I'd also like to note that the sessions are being closed captioned, and you can access the live captioning via the Zoom controls on the bottom of your screen, as well as a transcript, which will later be included with a recording of the webinar. Now, before we begin the program, I'd like to begin today by recognizing and acknowledging the fact that I and the University of Illinois, which is sponsoring this event, are located on the lands of the Peoria, the Kaskaskia, the Piankashaw, the Wea, the Miami, the Mascoutin, the Odawa, the Sauk, the Meskwaki, Kickapoo, Potawatomi, Ojibwe, and Chickasaw nations. These lands were the traditional territory of these native peoples prior to their forced removal, and these lands continue to carry the stories of these nations and their struggle for survival and identity. As a land-grant institution, the University of Illinois has a particular responsibility to acknowledge the peoples of these lands, as well as the histories of dispossession that have allowed for the growth of our institution for the past 150 years. We're also obligated to reflect on and actively address these histories and the role that this university has played in shaping them. This acknowledgement and the centering of Native peoples is a start as we move forward for the next 150 years. And I'm particularly proud of the fact that here in the library, we have several projects aimed at centering histories of Native peoples with support of some foundations and our own internal work to preserve and appropriately steward access to those collections. Now, as I noted, for the past 3.5 years at this point, the university here has been hosting the Email Archives Building Capacity and Community Project, for which this event is the capstone. The EABCC project has generous funding from the Mellon Foundation, and this program seeks to develop and to grow the community of institutions that are engaging in work to preserve the record of society that's found in digital correspondence. Now, this symposium is an essential part of the overall grant program. It highlights not only the work of the awardees under the EABCC project, but also many other institutions and people that are actively working worldwide to preserve and acquire email collections. And that's a point that makes me particularly proud. Like many of you here, email archiving is something that perhaps is a little bit accidental in my own career. In fact, it's an area I became involved with about 11 years or so ago when I was asked to write a report about email archiving and began to reflect on the fact that it wasn't a common part of my practice. Now, I'm happy to say that it's become much easier in those 11 years, and there's been a ton of progress made on multiple fronts. But I don't need to tell you that email preservation is both a need and a challenge. After all, that's why you're here. But I also have some very good news for you. Each of the speakers and groups that we've lined up over the next 3 days will provide you the tools to become, if not an email archiving specialist, I don't even consider myself that, but at least a member of the community who has the tools to make tangible progress in acquiring, preserving, and providing access to this most tricky of formats. Before we go any further, and I am going to be turning things over soon to our EABCC community fellow, Ruby Martinez, who has played an integral role throughout this project and organizing the symposium today. But before I do that, I'd like to send some particular thanks over to other members of the project team here at Illinois who have been critical to the overall success of the project leading up to the symposium today. First, the project benefited immensely from a project team here at Illinois who assisted with pre-submission review of grant applications that had been submitted, bringing their subject matter expertise to bear on the proposed grants and helping applicants to shape stronger applications and programs for evaluation during the submission review process. My colleagues here also reviewed and provided feedback regarding grant materials, and this group includes Marcia Barrett, who is an assistant professor of history, Kyle Rimkus, our digital programs and partnerships librarian, John Laskowski, our user experience and web strategy coordinator, Dan Dalpiaz, who is a senior web applications developer, Heather Murphy, our chief communications officer, and last but not least, Sarah Harris, who is an archives program officer and one of the people here in the archives who does our hands-on processing of digital collections, including email. I'd also like to send some special thanks out to the EABCC Peer Advisory Committee. This is an expert group that was drawn from libraries and archives across the country, and they helped to review the call for proposals and the grant applications, offering useful insight that helped us not only to select the awardees, but also to help them refine and strengthen their overall research and implementation programs for their project. So this group includes everyone listed here: Natalie Bauer from Depot N, Jeanette Hatcher from Texas A&M International University, Kina Herzinger from the Presbyterian Historical Society, Nicole Hemmer, who you'll be meeting shortly, from Vanderbilt University, Katrina Jackson, at the time at Syracuse University and now at Harvard University, Kate Murray from the Library of Congress, Jamie Patrick Burns, formerly of the North Carolina State Archives, now working for Highlights for Children, Tim Pyatt at Wake Forest University, Aaron Rubenstein at the University of Massachusetts, and again, last but not least, Mike Shawcross from the University of Michigan. And I do believe that many of these individuals are able to attend the webinar and see the fruits of their contributions and efforts toward the overall project. And finally, I'd just like to end here with a few very important shout outs. First, I'd like to ask Eden Irwin, who is here with us today and one of the co-hosts, if she wouldn't mind coming on camera for just a moment. And Eden has been a particularly important part of this project and is actually officially involved with another grant project I have. She is the community fellow on the email archiving and PDF project, which I will be speaking about on Thursday. And throughout, Eden has provided essential support and logistics for the planning of our symposium, is a recent graduate of the University of Illinois iSchool. And thank you just very deeply, Eden, for all of your support in organizing today. And now I'd like to particularly recognize the key role in the project that's been played by our EABCC community fellow, Ruby Martinez. As I say, Ruby is the community fellow on the email archiving, building capacity and community project. And for the past 3.5 years, Ruby has been the behind the scenes, or often not so behind the scenes, reason why this project has been so successful. Ruby is a graduate of the University of Illinois School of Information, and this fall, I'm very happy to say, will be entering a PhD program here at the University of Illinois. If there's one thing I did right with this project, honestly, it was hiring Ruby at the beginning. She's just been a major reason for the success of this project. Also is doing excellent work in helping us support another conference, which will be here this fall, which is the IPRES meeting. And it's just my great pleasure to turn the mic over to her now so she can tell you more about both the EABCC project and the 3 days that we have ahead of us. Ruby, on over to you.
Thank you, Chris. So we wanted to take a moment to reflect on the incredible progress we have made over the past almost 4 years. We have witnessed the transformative power of collaboration and collective effort. This has been a journey of growth, innovation, and community building. Here's a very brief timeline of some of our milestones. So navigating through business offices, grant management, and email overload became our daily challenges. And given what the program is about, we shouldn't have been as surprised as we were to learn that managing a grant program involved so much email. And if you're wondering why it took so long between our initial call for proposals and when the subaward agreements were finally completed, well, let's just say patience is a virtue we've all owned during this journey. And although we never seem to understand the inner workings of the business office, we have successfully dispersed over $600,000 to 9 institutions. As Chris mentioned earlier, the EABCC is a 4-year re-grant program funded by the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation and led by the University Library. With 2 rounds of proposals, we awarded 9 institutions funding for their project, all of which align with our overall goals for the EABCC. Our 3 main goals were to support, develop, and highlight. We wanted to support specific process improvements to increase email archive tool functionality and interoperability. We also wanted to develop a community of practice and demonstrate how other archives can begin to process and preserve email. And lastly, to highlight process email collections to bring attention to email archives in broader society and in the community as a whole. Today, we want to recognize the remarkable efforts of the EABCC grant recipients. These institutions have been at the forefront of innovation and have contributed significantly to the advancement of email archiving. Whether advancing existing tools, creating new tools, or enabling tool integration and building capacity, we are here in part today due to their effort. So thank you. Here's a snapshot of the awards and what's in store over the next 3 days. Harvard's ePad Plus is a refinement of ePad by adding preservation functionality into a widely used tool in the community. The University of Chicago Library created Attachment Converter, which is a command line tool to batch convert attachments and email collections to recommended preservation formats. The University of Albany Mailbag created Mailbag, which is a functional specification based on the baggage specification. So this tool creates and manages packages of email archives using multiple formats. This will help archivists rapidly make email archives stable and ensure they remain useful in the future. The COVID-19 corpus from Columbia University focuses on government responses to the pandemic that are released through the Freedom of Information Act request made available online by journalists. However, these emails that are made available, they're made available in PDF format. So their tool is migrating these into an inbox output to be comparable with email archiving solutions. The Council of State Archivists Prepare project developed and delivered capacity building activities across state and territorial archives to foster ongoing learning and exchange. The mCondiff tool from the University of Maryland looks at how researchers interact with email archives and focuses on the discovery and access part of the life cycle. 92Y partnered with Stanford University Libraries to assess and preserve their email archive, but also to develop a framework for other cultural institutions to undertake their own email archiving journeys. The University of North Carolina expanded functionality to another widely used tool called Raytom. And finally, the Muckrock Foundation is adapting their document cloud platform to support conversion of email into the EA PDF specification, while also making them easy to search, annotate, and analyze within the platform. You will hear more about the project throughout the symposium with much more detail, of course. So now let's dive into the core purpose of the symposium and the reason you are joining us here today, which is to expand what you know about email archiving. Whether you're joining us at the beginning of your email archiving journey, or you already have an established email archiving program at your institution, there will be many takeaways from this event. We want to encourage a collective effort to address the challenges of preserving email, which has become an increasingly important form of communication and documentation in the digital age. We have lightning talks, workshops, and project briefings providing a platform for in-depth discussion, practical demonstration, and learning opportunities. I'm excited that we have a diverse range of speakers representing a somewhat global perspective on email archiving. We encourage all of you to actively participate through the sessions by taking advantage of the Q&A at the end of each session. We also want to encourage you to join us for our social after the keynote address today. And most importantly, don't miss the opportunity to attend the Ask an Email Archivist session tomorrow. You have questions and we hope that we will have answers. Now, to turn things back over to Chris, who will give you a more in-depth preview of what's in store for you the next 3 days and share his reflections on email archiving.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Ruby, for that overview about both the project and about the days that we have ahead here. As you were talking, I was reflecting in my own mind a little bit. I'm really happy at the range of projects represented not only among the awardees to the EABCC project, but in the group of entire presenters here who we have over the next few days. Because the one thing that's really different and I think important that's changed in the last 4 years is we're seeing many projects and repositories come together to provide solutions that are A, easily accessible, and B, show the real value of email archiving. So I'm very proud, for instance, that we have projects such as the Muckrock Foundation project, which is bringing a new group into email archiving out of the journalism community and out of outside a little bit of our normal sort of bailiwick here in the library and archives. So to add a little bit of additional context, the EABCC grants and by extension, this symposium really do seek to energize and elevate this community of practitioners that we have around email archiving. This is a group that we hope together, we can move us closer to our shared goals as stewards of cultural heritage resources, and particular of digital cultural heritage resources to complement the excellent work that many of us do with analog and print formats of correspondence, which we know are our bread and butter in archives. So as Ruby noted, we do have a valuable program lined up for you over the next few days. And I'd like to take a moment just to link over to the agenda here and show you a few things on the agenda. You can see that I've pasted a link to the PDF version of the agenda in the program. But in addition to that, there is a full agenda online. You can see we have a social coming up in a little bit after our keynote address, which we'll get to in just a few minutes here. And this afternoon, we have also a great demo and a great release of information about ePad Plus, which is one of the awardees. This afternoon, we have a presentation again about a critical program and project that we had, which is the COSA Prepare project, before 2 workshops, which are at full capacity. So we are very happy to make those available, and ending the day again with a talk on email and institutional archives. Over tomorrow, you can see again, we have a robust set of talks ahead of us from French archives. We have some lightning talks about government archives and email as records, a review of the eComDisc project that Ruby mentioned, a description of the way in which the Prepare project is being used with the Maine state archives, and also some additional talks here, lightning talks, description of the way the COVID-19 corpus is being made available and converted from PDF to preservation forms of email, a review of the attachment converter, and finally, closing out tomorrow, the Ask an Email Archivist section, which I'm looking forward to, and I know many others are as well. And then on Thursday, again, we have a day chock full of presentations. Again, another project from France, a description of the training resources from the Digital Preservation Coalition for email archive preservation, more lightning talks, an overview of the PDF mail project, lightning talks again regarding new avenues for email preservation, visualization of email archives, and a talk, Good Enough is Pretty Darn Good, which I agree with regarding email preservation. One final presentation, which I'm looking forward to so greatly. I know the 92Y project seeks to make email archiving more accessible for institutions that have the types of complex manuscript collections that the 92Y does, and that many other smaller repositories might have. And we'll round tomorrow out with some brief closing remarks from me. So that is a review of the program. And just if you'll give me just 1 minute here. There we go. Okay. So again, I'd like to encourage that program fully to attend as many of the sessions as you can and are able to, and would like to just close with a few brief reflections to set the stage for the day ahead. First, as I reflect on the past 3.5 years of the project, I strongly feel that the need for archivists to archive email is at least as great as not, if not greater than it was when we launched this program, as is the interest in the community. When we chose to organize this symposium, I was honestly a little bit apprehensive. I thought, perhaps the community's had enough of this topic. Perhaps the work going on in the community is already well known. Maybe there isn't need for another Zoom webinar. I mean, after all, haven't we all been through a lot of Zoom webinars over the years? But all of that simply is not true. Many of you are here. There are many registrants for this conference, and we have a great program ahead for you. Second, even a brief cursory overview of the program for today, tomorrow, and Wednesday demonstrates that preserving and providing access to email is still front and center for many of us and is a very feasible and achievable task, certainly much more feasible and achievable than it was when I started with email archiving many years ago, or when this project began 3 years ago. So the range of topics from technical solutions to packaging email, to adding preservation functions to existing tools, to preparing policy guidance, to discussing specific email preservation projects. All of this shows that any repository can make some immediate progress with email preservation and demonstrate the value of email preservation to your institutions and your constituents. Third, I just want to encourage you to not be afraid to use what you learn from speakers here to make the case for email archiving and for digital archiving generally in your conversations with record creators, potential donors, and your professional colleagues. This question still comes up to me frequently, and I would imagine to many of you as well. Why do we want to preserve email? And I think the information you'll get, I know the information you get from this conference will make it much easier for you to answer that question and to provide some solid use cases to people in your institution, with donors you work with and with others. And finally, I really, really hope that you enjoy your time over the next few days and that you get a chance to actively participate in the discussions. While the symposium is being held in the webinar format, we are going to have lots of time and opportunity for you to interact with the speakers. We've provided every session, a good amount of time to not only describe their projects, but to interact with you as participants. Whether that's in our social time, our workshops, the Ask an Email Archivist session, the lightning talks, other sessions, or even in the keynote, which is what I will turn to next. So again, thank you all for being here. I'm just very grateful for such a large turnout. I'm very happy now to move into the main part of our program and to introduce to you our keynote speaker. As I noted earlier, Nicole Hemmer was a member of the Peer Advisory Project board for Peer Advisory Board, that is, for this project. And during her service on the board, I was really struck by the fact that Nikki is one of a handful of historians who are grappling actively in their work as they begin to span print-based sources that historians typically are used to using, and the ones they are most familiar with, and the new forms of digital communication that historians of more contemporary periods need to plumb. And Nikki's really at the forefront of that type of work, given her work and given the eras that she works in. So Nikki is director of the Carolyn T. and Robert M. Rogers Center for the American Presidency, and also an associate professor at Vanderbilt University. Nikki is author of Messengers of the Right, Conservative Media and the Transformation of American Politics, and most recently, Partisan, the conservative revolutionaries who made American politics in the 1990s. Both important topics for all of us to grapple with as we think about our role in archiving email and as our roles in society generally. Nikki also co-hosts the podcasts past, present, and this day in esoteric political history. She's a columnist at CNN, and I've also read Nikki's work in the New York Times and listened to podcasts in the New York Times podcast list where Nikki has been presenting. So we are very, very pleased and proud to welcome Nikki to this symposium for her keynote address, Beyond the Paper Trail, Doing History in Digital Archives. Nikki, I'd just like to welcome you to the symposium and thank you just so much for being here.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I am going to share my screen here and then continue to talk about these digital archives. First of all, just thank you to everyone for being here this morning. It's such a delight to be here for the opening session of the conference. As you can see, I am not at home. I am out in Washington, D.C., very fittingly here on a trip to the archives at the Library of Congress. And it turns out that it's kind of a fitting time to be with you all, not just because I am spending this week in the archives, but because we are being reminded even today of the importance of archivists, librarians, and record preservation. Later today in Miami, Donald Trump will be arraigned on federal charges in a case that some have called the revenge of the archivists or the revenge of the librarians. It was, after all, archivists who noticed the missing papers from the Trump administration and sought to recover them. That led to the discovery that the former president had secreted away classified materials, which he sought to keep hidden, in apparent violation of both the Espionage Act and the Presidential Records Act. As my editor at CNN has recently grown fond of saying, never cross an archivist. Because of this afternoon's arraignment and because of my work as a presidential historian, I wanted to spend a little time this morning before talking about digital archives to talk about the importance of the archives and record keeping more broadly, especially when it comes to presidential records in the work that I do. Particularly, I want to talk about the archives, the presidency, and lawbreaking, which will actually bring us into this topic of working in the archives beyond the paper trail. As historians, we often scour the archives for evidence, but we typically think of it as evidence for an argument, not evidence of a crime. As the pattern of government document destruction over the past half-century suggests, however, these two forms of evidence are actually pretty closely related. When, as president, Donald Trump tore up documents after reading them, the historian part of my brain cried out, but so did the citizen part. The act was a destruction of the historical record and also a violation of law. A violation that notably was public knowledge very early on. In 2018, Politico uncovered the story of two people who were tasked with taping together the pieces of documents that then President Trump tore up so that the administration could comply with the Presidential Records Act. The less remembered part of that story is that it was not only about the two people scotch taping White House records together, but about the fact that those two people had just been fired. For the remaining 2.5 years of the presidency, papers were ripped up, but no one was officially assigned to repair them. But this connection between lawbreaking and record destruction is not a unique feature of the recent administration. Presidential records and presidential recklessness have been bound together for the past 50 years. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the Watergate hearings that would lead to Richard Nixon's resignation in 1974. Now, that scandal was about many things. It was about the Vietnam War, the 1972 election, the president's belief in his unlimited power. But it was also a records scandal. Records stolen, records destroyed, records revealed, some of which turned out to be smoking guns. In the aftermath of the scandal, new laws concerning ethics and oversight were put into place. The Freedom of Information Act, which had been passed in the 1960s, was strengthened after Watergate. The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, created oversight for the intelligence agencies and what kind of records were actually being produced by the federal government, making sure that those records were actually legal to produce. An ethics reform law was passed. And then there was the Presidential Records Act. The Presidential Records Act is, I think, a pretty significant small d democratic victory. This act was passed in 1978 in response to Nixon's destruction of records as president and the destruction of records by other members of his administration. The act, passed as a rebuke of the Nixon administration, made presidential records, once considered the private property of the people in office, into public property. The president's papers became the people's papers. Our history of governance, which we had the right and responsibility to collect, preserve, and examine. It was a radical expansion of democracy in ways that have seldom been fully appreciated, because it gave us more information about how our country was being governed and what our past looked like. It required the retention and, in most cases, eventually public access to presidential records. And yet, within just a few years of the Presidential Record Act's passage, another records scandal began brewing. By Ronald Reagan's second term, he and other high-level White House officials had come to believe they were being stymied by unreasonable restrictions on their actions. Believing that righteous ends justified unlawful means, they sought ways to work around a number of laws, including the Presidential Records Act. One righteous cause that they sought to advance: anti-communist fighters in Nicaragua known as the Contras. Congress, seeking to avoid another Vietnam War, passed a series of laws known as the Boland Amendments to prevent the Reagan administration from funding the Contras. Another righteous cause: freeing hostages who had been taken by terrorists in the Middle East. Though Reagan had promised never to trade arms for hostages, the idea was almost immediately on the table. And in fact, over several years, the administration sold arms to the Iranian government in exchange for their help negotiating the release of hostages held by various groups. The action not only broke Reagan's promise, but violated an international arms embargo that the US had put in place after the Iranian Revolution in 1979. Those two lawless acts came together when the members of the National Security Council determined they could bump up the price of arms they were selling to Iran and use the profits to fund the Contras in Nicaragua. And that's how the Iran-Contra affair was born. It was only when news of these two scandals broke that Iran-Contra became a records scandal. Knowing that the schemes of the administration were about to be rigorously investigated and all sorts of lawbreaking would be revealed, members of the administration started destroying documents. Oliver North, then a member of the National Security Council, held his infamous shredding parties, days-long destruction of records that had revealed his and others' wrongdoing. His assistant, Von Hall, smuggled papers out of the White House under her clothes, and at North's direction, falsified a number of official records. And yet, despite these obvious violations of law, a mix of pardons and immunity meant there was very little accountability for the wrongdoing. That was not the case for Sandy Berger, who served as National Security Advisor under Bill Clinton. A few years after leaving the Clinton administration, Berger stole classified documents related to the administration's terrorism response from the National Archives, a sign that presidential records are not always fully secured even after they are turned over to NARA. He was prosecuted for the theft and sentenced to 2 years probation and stripped of his law license. So there's a through line connecting presidential records and presidential scandals. But there's another through line in these scandals, and that is the kind of records involved. Shredding parties, papers stuffed under sweaters and down pants legs, file boxes crammed with top secret documents and shoved into a bathroom. All of these evoke the traditional world of archival holdings: paper. Presidential libraries and most other collections are paper-based and paper-bound, sorted into file folders and boxes, preserved, ordered, and made accessible by the tireless effort of archivists. But the presidential scandals I've meant were not limited to the attempted destruction and revelation of paper records. Rather, from the start of this modern age of presidential lawlessness, the sorts of records involved went well beyond the paper trail. During the Watergate hearings, White House aide Alex Butterfield revealed that there was a secret recording system in the Oval Office. And Butterfield was in a pretty good position to know. He had overseen the system's installation just a few years earlier. His disclosure revealed a new tranche of evidence that gave the world a fuller view of the activities of the Nixon White House, and much more evidence of the president's involvement in the criminal activities of his administration. Now, these recordings were particularly enticing evidence, even more so than meeting notes or official letters. They came with a sense that you, the listener, were a fly on the wall, that the conversations, because they were secretly recorded and not meant to be overheard, were therefore the truest version of events. Now, recordings, as Americans would soon learn, could also be manipulated. That was the case through much of the Watergate hearings. The administration, for instance, chose a hard of hearing representative to listen to and transcribe select sections of tape. As a result, the initial batch of transcriptions were riddled with errors and excisions, which was a good reminder to always go back and check the tapes. This is something that biographer Jonathan Eig always likes to do. And it was, in fact, in his search for the original tapes of an interview between Alex Haley and Martin Luther King Jr. that he learned that Haley's version of that interview that appeared in Playboy magazine in 1965 was actually largely fabricated. So it's always good to go back and check the tapes. Eventually, the Watergate Committee did do just that, and they found damning evidence of crimes involving the president and his senior advisors. They also found an 18.5-minute gap in the middle of one important conversation. This image here, it was a very famous image that most of you will know of Rosemary Woods, who was the President Nixon's administrative assistant, his secretary. And here she is showing how it would be possible that when she answered the phone, she could actually hit a pedal that would record over the tapes that she had been listening to. It's known as the Rosemary Woods stretch. Not the most convincing image on the planet, but it was a moment that captured that idea of records being changed and records being destroyed. Evidence of destruction, as it turned out, could be really useful information as well. You didn't actually need that 18.5 minutes of tape. Just knowing that the gap existed was a kind of damning evidence. I also really appreciate this picture because it emphasizes, as does the story of Fawn Hall with Oliver North, the role of secretaries. There was this excellent sort of feminist article from the 1980s that was looking at the role of Fawn Hall that talked about how the word secret is embedded in the word secretary, and talked about how in an age of increased bureaucracy, when there is so much paper and other forms of records flowing through the government and the administration, when there's an increasing amount of classified material, that the people who know where those secrets are filed away, the secretaries, have a different kind of social and political power. Certainly not social and political power that makes them the equals of the people that they are working for, but an interesting note as we think about the roles of administrative assistants in helping out with some of these scandals and some of this record destruction. So here you had a kind of electronic record that was pivotal to the Watergate crisis and Watergate scandal. But Iran-Contra also had some electronic records that played a major role in breakthroughs in the investigation. Though much of the federal government is excruciatingly slow to adopt new technologies, The White House actually began to use a very early form of email, electronic messaging, on an administration intranet in 1982. It was an IBM application called PROFS, which stood for Professional Office System. Oliver North and John Poindexter, who was head of the National Security Council, used that system to exchange messages about Iran, the hostages, and the Contras. During the shredding party, the men also tackled the messages they had sent on PROFS, with North deleting about 750 messages and Poindexter eliminating over 5,000. North and Poindexter assumed, or they at least said they assumed, that because the messages weren't on paper, that they were electronic, they weren't subject to either the Presidential Records Act or to FOIA. But that wasn't the only thing they didn't understand about electronic messages. Many of the files they thought that they had electronically shredded, they had really only electronically crumbled up and tossed in the trash. The messages could be and were restored. And those recovered electronic messages played a key role in the Tower Commission hearings, the further Senate hearings, and the independent counsel's investigation into Iran-Contra. So nearly as soon as email became part of the presidential process, it also became part of presidential records, presidential scandals, and lawbreaking. As email became an increasingly important form of communication in the White House and the federal government, though it still has not replaced paper, laws were passed to underscore that electronic communications did indeed have to be preserved as part of the traditional archiving process. But emails were not just a digital form of physical memos and notes and letters. They came with an entirely new set of archival requirements, ones that were not particularly well understood at the time. Within the federal government, again, an institution notoriously slow to implement technological change, procedures were slow to catch up with the requirements of new technology. This also meant that the use of email was very sporadic throughout the federal government. In the State Department, for instance, the technology was so antiquated that until quite recently, internet was limited to standalone dial-up access that had to be procured on site, making official government email almost impossible to use for intra-office communications. That is one reason why secretaries of state and other top government officials relied on private email systems. The challenge within governmental systems was not only that they had trouble keeping up with new technologies, but that they had real difficulty adapting those systems to the requirements of a sprawling and ever-growing classification regime. Notably, recent presidential records issues, Sandy Berger's, Hillary Clinton's, Donald Trump's, have centered on classified material, which are both harder to secure in digital systems and constantly expanding, putting more and more information behind an iron curtain of classification. It is probably not a coincidence that alongside the rise of digital communication, we have seen a dramatic rise in Espionage Act prosecutions. Information is simply more difficult to secure, more easy to pass along, even when it's not lawful to do so. Within the government, information has become easier to share, but not actually freer. As paper trails are replaced by emails and other digital communications, new challenges have cropped up. Now, those challenges are not only about classification and scandal. As a historian of recent US history, specializing in politics and media, I've spent a lot of time in that space beyond the paper trail. In my dissertation, which was the basis for my first book, Messengers of the Right, I focused on right-wing radio host Clarence Mannion, whose show ran from 1954 to 1979. Radio can be a difficult thing for historians to study. It has a reputation for being ephemeral. Sound waves zip out from a transmitter, ride the ether, come out the receiver, and then disappear. Seldom were shows recorded for posterity. And in fact, until the era of podcasting, they very rarely were. In the case of Mannion, though, I lucked out. both because of the politics of the show and the technology of the time. Mannion's show was part of a much broader political project, the building of Cold War conservatism. As such, there was a desire to spread the message as far and as wide as possible. So the shows were transcribed and the transcripts were sent out as newsletters to spread the word to places where the show wasn't on air. And in an era before satellites made it possible to simulcast a show nationwide, Mannion's team had to tape the show and then send the reels to radio stations across the country. Someone saved those reels and then donated them to a conservative school, Hillsdale College in Michigan. So I went to Hillsdale as part of the research process for Messengers. And that gave me a chance to check on some of the digitized versions of the Mannion Forum, which was an incredible experience. It gave me an opportunity to finally put a voice to the words I had spent months reading, to begin to understand what it was like to listen to this program. And while I was there, the archivist took me on a little tour of the campus, where we wound up in a facilities warehouse. There we were in a closet full of toilet paper and paper towels, the types of paper that will probably never be digitized. And we found more than 2 decades of the Mannion Forum that were gently decaying in this kind of open air space. Now, Hillsdale is a genuinely conservative college. Their charter doesn't allow them to take federal funds, so they lack the money to properly preserve the old tape or to quickly digitize it into a more accessible and salvageable form. As you all know better than I do, all archives have a politics and a price tag. But that visit to the Hillsdale supply closet made clear the importance of funding for preservation and access. That is, of course, true for paper archives. Working in the records of Mannion at the Chicago History Museum, I went through reams of physical correspondences, letters and business records and transcripts. Archivists over the decades had created systems to store paper communications despite the significant challenges. Paper and ink deteriorated, the files took up massive amounts of space. The records were often incomplete and required significant effort to organize and make discoverable to researchers. Similar challenges and costs exist for digital archives. For folks who are used to accessing information freely online, these costs appear non-existent. But as those of you involved in archiving born digital materials know, the costs can be extensive. Massive data storage costs, software licenses, new technologies for cataloging and accessing materials, and specialized archivists and technicians with the knowledge and creativity to make those archives possible. I have learned the challenges of such archives in my work as a researcher over the past 8 years in particular, when I have been on the creation side of archives. In 2015, I joined the University of Virginia to work in the Presidential Recordings Program. The Presidential Recordings Program has been around, I think, since the late 1990s. Presidents from Franklin Roosevelt to Ronald Reagan had spent some portion of their administration creating recordings, whether of formal meetings or informal conversations or secretive conspiracies. So we have thousands of hours of tape of presidential conversations, which are a remarkable archive to have access to. But it's not the kind of archive that historians are traditionally trained to work in, because it is not a paper archive. It took and is taking an enormous amount of work to make those tapes usable to researchers. The tapes need to be inventoried and cataloged. Speakers have to be identified. Transcripts have to be created. Digital recordings have to be uploaded in some sort of stable format that doesn't go extinct or that can be updated for new technologies and new software. In fact, a decade's worth of work done by this Presidential Recordings Program had to be recreated when an old technology, Flash, was retired and new ways of presenting the material had to be found. And still today, hundreds, if not thousands of hours of presidential conversations remain untranscribed and less accessible to researchers. So that was a big part of the project I was working on over the course of 4 years. I was very fortunate in that I joined an experienced team, and the basics of the tapes I was working on were often already recorded. I often knew the date that the tape was made. Sometimes I would know the speakers involved. Sometimes I would get a heads up as to the topics they were talking about. But transcribing secret audio tapes is rough. As speakers are rarely facing the microphone. They mumble quite a lot. They talk over one another. They're drowned out by background noise. The participants were almost always white men of a similar age and social milieu. So discerning whose voices was whose required dozens, if not hundreds of hours of listening in order to master. And then there was the excruciatingly slow process of writing down the transcript, which would then go through audio editing and editing before being formatted for public release. The project demonstrated just how much work goes into creating a usable archive. The labor required for the historian's task before a historian even steps foot into an archive is monumental. And the work to make email accessible strikes me as at least as daunting, if not even more so. At least with presidential recordings, there's a finite amount. And while email archives aren't technically infinite, they certainly can feel that way. And emails are created and stored using a wide range of technologies that become obsolete at a breathtaking pace. It is a daunting task to figure out how to archive and make accessible these emails, but a critically important one, both historically and politically. I left the Presidential Recordings Program in 2019 to head off to Columbia University to do the work of creating a different kind of archive, an archive of the recent past, the Obama Presidency Oral History Project. This is an era that historians don't always consider history quite yet, though archivists are already busily tackling the problems of constructing and processing the archives of the period. The challenges of creating an archive of recent history are ones that you are intimately familiar with. What voices get included? How do you balance the desire for immediate access with the need for time to process? How do you find the space and secure the ongoing support for a project to live online in perpetuity? Who do you prioritize as the audience for your material and how you'll serve them? That mix of practical and political concerns were our obsession over the 4 years we worked on the project. While previous presidential oral histories had mostly focused on people at the very top of the administration, we felt that design fit neither our interests nor the approach of the Obama administration. So we designed an oral history that included as many outsiders as insiders, farmers alongside foreign counsels, cab drivers alongside cabinet secretaries. That effort to build a broader archive is something I think about a lot when it comes to email archives. Laws require many local, state, and federal governments to preserve emails. Public universities and other institutions are often required to retain communications, at least theoretically, as part of their FOIA obligations. Quick-thinking archivists have secured access to archives of the emails of famous people or important organizations, though there's still quite a lot of work to be done on that front. But when it comes to the email traffic of people outside these groups, the task is so much harder. Not that it's ever been easy. Historians always go wide-eyed at the discovery of diaries or a trove of letters written by non-famous people, in part because it's not terribly common. But the challenges of recovering and preserving emails of ordinary people seems especially daunting, given the pace at which computers and software become obsolete, the loss of passwords, and the fact that most people use email platforms run by large corporations. We know that many of these communications have been lost and will not be recovered. One of our many tasks is to figure out how we might preserve what is left to preserve, and who would be willing to foot the bill for such efforts. For the Obama Oral History Project, then, having this kind of broader perspective and this broader range of narrators was particularly important. It opened the world for us. But we were opening our world just as the rest of the world was shutting down. We had begun our first interviews just a month before the COVID-19 pandemic began causing worldwide shutdowns. That required us to radically rethink our approach, just as interviews were getting underway. And there were other obstacles as well. We were working not just beyond the paper trail, but in some ways before the paper trail. There was not yet an Obama presidential library. And as you may know, there probably never will be as such. The papers that will one day be available through the Obama Presidential Center will be available only in digital form. And the Obama folks and NARA will also have to solve the email problem of the administration. As archivists, you know this challenge of working before the paper trail well. As young historians, we were excited and at times frustrated as we navigated this space. But for historians working on recent history, working in the space both beyond and before the paper trail is simply a feature of the job. I have become increasingly aware of that as a historian whose work now spills into the 1990s, 2000s, and beyond. In working on my second book, Partisans, which explored the politics of the right and the Republican Party in the 1990s, I found myself facing a different challenge than I had with my first book. A significant, at times overwhelming source base existed for my work on the Cold War right. But as I dug into the 1990s, the source space was both astonishingly large and notably incomplete. That was particularly true when it came to two things: paper and email. Many of the people I was writing about were not only still alive, but still active in their careers. Even for national figures with significant influence who one day will have those boxes and boxes and boxes of manuscript archives, papers wouldn't be deposited and made available for years to come. And where there were papers, the shift from paper to emails was evident in the collections. The memos and letters became fewer and fewer. A few emails had been printed off and stuffed into file folders. As a researcher, you could see that communication was changing, but changing before most people had given much thought to how that communication might be preserved. So on the one hand, there was an absence in the archive. But the scope of the archive beyond the paper trail had grown immensely. In addition to all of the published and print sources, there was a staggering array of other sources. News broadcast preserved in the Vanderbilt Television News Archive. Cable broadcast, so many more shows and programs to choose from because of the fracturing of the television media dial. You had congressional proceedings, press conferences, and activist events cataloged by C-SPAN. There were a haphazard and hopelessly incomplete set of transcripts from cable news shows and occasionally right-wing radio shows, tucked away in databases like Factiva and on show sites and message boards. And then there was the Internet Archive, frustratingly incomplete and yet impossibly large at the same time, with screenshots of much of the 1990s internet tucked away, if only you knew where to look for it. And I think that sense of an archive that is impossibly large and frustratingly incomplete is something that we are going to run into with email archives as well. Not just large in terms of how much data you have to store, all the terabytes of data that have to be collected and preserved, but also The flurry of emails that get exchanged back and forth are not only a replacement in many cases for letters and memos, but for things like phone calls. And so you have a broader record that is preserved, but again, it is a kind of haphazard record, and one that has to be processed and organized in very specific and clear ways in order to make that massive information useful to researchers. I mean, given all of the broadcast that's available, all of the internet archive that's available, adding email to that source base may sound like gilding the lily, like more information than you actually need. But all of those email correspondences and their metadata, it's actually a historian's dream, a record that, while currently difficult to access and daunting in scope, will be the fabric of the histories of the last quarter century and beyond. And I say it's a historian's dream while knowing that historians are probably actually going to be resistant to picking up these new archives and using these new archives. That's in part because historians can be wary about work on the recent past, not quite convinced that something that happened 30 years ago is technically history. It might still be current events. They're also a little hesitant around unfamiliar archival formats. If there's one thing that I know about my fellow historians, it's that they love paper. The idea of physically going to the archive, the smell, sometimes dry and crackling, sometimes sterile and well preserved, sometimes distinctly and suspiciously moldy. It's the kind of thing that historians rhapsodize about. Transitioning to new databases and digital sources is something that, while certainly aided by the pandemic's constraints on our physical research, still faces real resistance from many historians. And so when it comes to email archives, even though intellectually it's so clear that this is going to be a boon for historians, part of the job is selling those archives, making it clear that this is something that historians should and will use going forward. As historians continue to work on the recent past, as the recent past becomes less recent, this resistance is something that researchers will simply have to overcome. But the more user-friendly we can make access to email archives, the easier that job will be. Few historians appreciate the challenges associated with making these records available. But having spent the last few years working on the email archiving grants program, I have come to appreciate just how much labor and intellect and creativity is going into the process of making these resources available. I have a new appreciation for how much talent and labor is going into the work that you all do. And I think that is evident not only in the institutions that have secured these grants, but also in the schedule for the next 3 days of this conference, that there is so much to be learned. There's so much work to be done, but there are so many smart and creative people who are doing that work. I am awed and I'm heartened by the work that you all are doing and will continue to do, and I look forward to the rest of the webinar.
Well, thank you so much, Nicole, for that really wonderful keynote. I was taking notes throughout, and just so many phrases resonated with me there, especially the impossibly large but frustratingly incomplete nature of the record we have in the digital age, which certainly has been my experience as an archivist as well, trying to work with these collections. They are so big, and it can be so hard to know where to get started with them. One question I had, as you were going through that part of your talk in particular, as I indicated when I introduced you, you really are making this bridge, between the paper trail, as you put it, and the electronic trail, or whatever breadcrumb track, whatever you want to call it. when you're thinking about trying to find something or answer a question or research a topic, how do you kind of go about forming your question or looking for sources, knowing that there's this huge incomplete record out there, variable quality metadata, materials scattered to the four winds? How do you kind of start identifying those sources, I guess, would be my first question.
So I'm in the middle of that right now because my next book is going to be on the 1980s and 1990s and involves Oliver North, which is why Iran-Contra made it in there, who had a radio show, who had these newsletters that were presented online, who of course was there at the dawn of the age of government email. And it requires, at least at this point, a lot more sort of you might call shoe leather research. There's a lot more of that kind of informal reaching out to, for instance, I've been talking with the Perot family in order to find what kinds of sources that they have that haven't been deposited yet since Ross Perot recently passed away. I've been in touch with the Freedom Alliance, which Oliver North founded, in order to see not only like what paper they have sitting around, but what other kinds of documents and records just happen to be stashed away? Are there audio reels somewhere? Do they have a list of the email list that they used? Or have they saved those old digital copies of newsletters and things? And then also, like, I mean, a lot of the these early government emails are available not because of the Presidential Records Act, but because of these investigations. So those profs emails from the Iran-Contra affair are part of the evidentiary record of both the Tower Commission and then the independent counsel's report. And so it requires also going through court documents as well. So it's an interesting challenge. And I think that not yet really having easily discoverable email archives has made it more of a challenge. I dream of the world in which, like, I can go onto WorldCat and find these email archives for these various figures or events or administrations. But right now it's piecemeal and it's a lot of knocking on doors.
Yeah, so it sounds like what you're talking about reminds me a little bit. One of my favorite T-shirts I owned for many years, wore it far longer than I should have, was one I got from a Society of American Archivists meeting many years ago, and it said, "Think like an archivist" on the front, which was just, this was kind of the early, innocent days of Twitter, and that was the hashtag for a while. But it sounds like what you're really doing is asking yourself, well, who created the sources that I might be interested in? So you really are starting from that who question, perhaps, as opposed to looking for a topical area or searching through metadata that way. So it's really beginning with the provenance of the records, it sounds like.
That's right. And I actually think that phrase, hashtag or otherwise, think like an archivist, is a really smart way of thinking about it when you're moving into areas where there isn't yet a clearly identified archive. And I don't want to suggest that there aren't Iran-Contra archives. Obviously, there are many scattered about. But when it comes to trying to find the things that have not yet been cataloged and archived in ways that are easily discoverable, then it really is that idea of thinking like an archivist, because part of the process of doing the research then is, I don't want to say creating that archive, because archivists work is much, they have training and they have ethics and like different things that go into creating a public archive. That's not necessarily the case when you're creating your own archive for your work. But I do think that idea is a really important one.
Great. Well, thank you. So I'm going to encourage other people to submit questions through the Q&A. We can also, if someone would like to, we can also unmute you and allow you to ask a question directly. So I just encourage all of our participants to submit questions, because we'd love to have some other ones come through for you here as well, Nicole. So I do have one question queued up right now. Starts with a compliment. Great keynote, super specific question. This individual, Rachel Matson, has a question I had, which is, to learn the title, author, or citation for the essay you referred to tying secretaries over to secrecy, which I thought was a great insight. It's one of those little one of those little buried pieces of information there. It never occurred to me. So I don't know if you have that off the top of your head, Nikki, but anyway, that's the question.
Yeah, I don't have it off the top of my head, but I can email it to you after this so that you have it on hand. It's a really remarkable essay. I'm fairly sure it was in a feminist journal, but it was so eye-opening because I also hadn't necessarily thought about it that way before, but particularly when you're thinking about bureaucracies, who knows where the information is the person that holds a particular kind of power. And it is fascinating to me the way that obviously there's a clear gendered nature to that division of labor. And this essay goes into why that gendered division of labor is necessary so that those secret keepers don't become more powerful than the people that they are keeping secrets for. So I will pass that along.
Right. And it also becomes a way to sort of hold the secrecy at arm's length as well.
Exactly.
Right. So, yeah. So another question here from Tim Gollins, who I believe may be a colleague of yours at Vanderbilt.
A new colleague of mine, yes.
Yeah. So Tim asks, how do you interact or want to interact with digital sources like email? So Tim is asking, I think, less about the finding and more about how you would use them when you have them. So he's asking in particular, do you search based on metadata or on content and then read small quantities in detail? Or perhaps reading trails and following links between material? I think that's sort of the old footnote chaining kind of method. So how do you interact with or want to interact with digital sources?
I still think about interacting with email in particular in the same way, and this might be a lack of imagination on my part. And it is my training in paper sources that have molded this, but I still think about it in the way that we look at correspondences in paper archives, right? You kind of want to run your eyes over as much of it as possible, which is so much harder when it is an email archive because the archive is so large, which is why the ability to search both metadata for like things like date created. So if you want to zero in on a particular time frame and the participants involved, it's also fascinating to read through depending on how the email was preserved. If you're reading paper correspondences, you'll often like read a letter and then you'll find the reply 7 days later when you're in a different box that's been filed away somewhere else or in an entirely different archive. Right. And the fascinating thing about email is that it's often buried there in the reply thread. And so that makes it a little easier sometimes to track the conversation, which is one way that I interact. Like I love reading through the kind of back and forth in the broader conversation. But because it is often such a large archive when it comes to email, and because it is searchable in a way that non-digitized paper archives are not, I think it's a combination of both wanting to search to find specific terms and people, but also understanding that search terms don't actually always get you the information that you want, right? There's that story about, this has to do with digitized newspapers, but somebody was searching for the word abortion in 19th century newspapers and they didn't find it. And they were like, abortion wasn't something they talked about. And people were like, historians said, but that's not how people talked about it. And so I do think that there's still real value in simply exposing yourself to reading through reams and reams of emails, even if they're not necessarily hitting your search terms or your target people.
Yeah, I think that point about scanning through lots of material quickly really resonates with me in a couple of ways. The first project I ever did as a undergraduate student, I did an honors essay with a few other people using the COINTELPRO records, which, as you know, is another treasure trove of secret, government materials. But the nice thing about those was they had been microfilmed. And I remember very, very distinctly scanning through very quickly, trying to find materials and make connections. So I think, this balancing of ability to scan lots of material quickly and then hone in and link materials across multiple sources, it poses a real challenge for us. As archivists, I know some of our systems tend to focus a lot more on individual items than on this bulk, bulk sort of scanning things. So interesting
And I
insight.
do think that archivists do have a real role to play in helping to train historians on how to read these materials. I mean, you're accessing them and seeing the mass of all of those archives. You're going through and cataloging them. You already do so much work in paper archives to help guide us to understand the structure and to think categorically about different archives. And I think historians are going to need training on how to use email archives. And you might be the best placed people to teach us how to do that well.
Yeah, great. Thank you. So one other question here, a little bit related. Nicole, could you share your thoughts on view-only access of digital sources versus being given access to reproduced copies of digital sources? This is something some archives struggle with, where, I mean, historically or traditionally, you'd go to the archives, look at the materials, perhaps copy them, but what works best? Kind of having copies to take with you, viewing them in an archive somewhere if they're digital. What's best for you?
I mean, the answer is because of the time crunch, but also the move toward contingency and fewer resources for many historians, that if there's a way for historians to shorten their time in the archives because of the expense associated with it, or to access archives without having to travel, obviously, I think that's what allows that material to be accessed by more people and a broader array of people. I have a nice research budget at Vanderbilt, but as a contingent professor for a decade, my ability to travel and go to archives for long periods of time was really limited. This is also the case for like new parents who aren't able to leave for a long time to go to the archives for weeks on end, as opposed to like getting in very quickly, taking pictures and getting out. It's a very utilitarian way of thinking about the archives. And I don't know that it's always the most intellectually satisfying. And I know that there are restrictions on the archive side for making that possible. But just from the perspective of historians, I know that it allows a broader range of people from different socioeconomic backgrounds and from different families to make use of those archives. But I think it's also a conversation that historians don't take enough time to have with archivists to understand the limits to why that happens. And the more that I think historians can sort of put themselves, or researchers can put themselves in archivists' shoes, I think there would be greater understanding for why sometimes that's not possible.
Yeah. Right. And I think in most cases, a lot of us in the archives would like to make things as broadly accessible as possible. And we also find ourselves limited by things like copyright law that make it difficult.
Absolutely.
Even though copyright law, of course, was never intended really to deal with, sources that weren't published. It still has a subsidiary effect there. So
this was a huge issue with the Vanderbilt television news archives, was that because they were copyrighted work, they were, they couldn't be shared unless you had a seat in the Vanderbilt University library. And I think that is this widespread issue. Yeah.
One other question here, and I think we have time for just another question or two if you have time before taking a break. How far do email records go back in the presidential records? I think it's to the Prof's case, but do you know of any earlier than that by any chance?
I don't know of anything earlier than that for presidential records. Now, it seems very likely, and I'm guessing here, so it's a hypothesis to research, that, the ARPANET records on the military side of things should go back further. I don't know how accessible any of that is, but most of that early research was being done on the defense side and on the military side, and so those kinds of records may or may not be available. But Prof's is really the earliest that you're going to get, and as far as I know, the earliest you're going to get in presidential archives.
Right, I think that's right, and I know we have some interesting. They're not directly ARPANET, but they're related to development about that time of networking with some early email and chat-based, real-time chat-based records that we have printout copies of here at the University of Illinois. And I know there are other places that have those as well. So one other question here, are historians developing data mining strategies? Have you used any advanced computational tools to try to make your work a little bit easier? Are those still a little bit difficult to access and use?
It's not something that I've used. There is a growing investment in digital humanities that also has been bringing historians into things like data mining, sort of natural language processing, and those kinds of things in order to deal with really large archival sources. To be honest, it's kind of where sociologists and political scientists have historians beat, because historians don't get very much training in this area.
Mhm.
But especially as we get into these much larger databases, and historians don't like to think about their archives as databases, but that's often what they are. I think it is tools that historians are beginning to learn more about. There again, though, is this kind of resistance to, not among all historians, but a kind of resistance to using these more technological techniques, rather than, opening up that folder, smelling the paper, and using that as your archive.
Yeah, there is a romantic aspect to that, isn't there?
Very
So
much
I know
so.
completely what you're talking about. So I personally went over, I like the moldy side a little bit for whatever reason, maybe because I grew up in a rural area, but yeah. So one final question, then, Nicole, could you please share with us any criteria for evaluating the reliability and credibility of email archives, or by extension, other historical sources? We all know we're living in an era where AI and deep fakes and all of those things are becoming a concern, but how do you evaluate whether something is what it claims to be?
I mean, this is simply a challenge of historical research, whether it is forgeries or deep fakes, whether it is transcripts that deviate from the tape, or published interviews that deviate from the actual conversation. These are issues historians have been dealing with from the start of the profession. How do you evaluate these documents, and how do you decide if they are real? And some of that, it's the kind of evaluation we do with any sort of source, figuring out authorship and provenance, comparing typefaces, figuring out where it's archived and how reliable the archivists are, figuring out whether it fits in with the rest of the historical record, and if it seems to deviate in important ways, piecing together why that is, looking for other pieces of supporting evidence, not just going for the shiniest object when it comes to our writing, which is, again, hard when historical research doesn't receive enough funding. And therefore, the shiniest object gets you attention and funding and opportunities in ways that a lot of people need right now. So I think that there are real challenges to it, and especially real challenges in an age of ChatGPT and AI. But it's one of the things that we've noticed about ChatGPT and AI is that if an expert is looking at something, they're like, this is ridiculous. It'll get better over time, I'm sure. But at the moment, it's transparently clear that something isn't real because it doesn't make sense to experts, and requires further investigation. And you do that further investigation for 5 seconds and you find out, oh, that person wasn't there at that time. That person never wrote a letter to them. That's not how Shakespeare talked. All of those things that historians use. And it's why archivists and librarians and researchers and historians are going to be really important going forward, is because we have the tools and techniques for making sense of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, a good way to note, to end, I should say, bringing in all of your contextual knowledge, background, training, past reading, knowledge of relationships to really interrogate that record and say what it makes sense. At the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. And that's something as historian you do, and as archivists we also can do and assist with. So I would just like to thank you so much, Nicole, for being part of this project. It's been a privilege getting to know you a little bit, a privilege, frankly, having you here giving a keynote address and linking our project over to historical research that's just so important. So again, I'd just like to thank you so much, and wish you the best of luck on your research trip to DC. Knowing you're at the Library of Congress today, I'm just wish you the best. I wish I could be there myself because I love LC. So
it's wonderful. Well, thank you all so much, and have a wonderful rest of the conference.
Okay, thank you. We'll take a short break now, and then those who are coming back, we'll have our social time in just 2 to 3 minutes.
Hey, Ruby.
Hi, Stephen. I'm going to send you a quick message on chat.
Okay. Okay.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back or welcome to the Email Archiving Symposium. We're really pleased to lead off here with our first panel discussion and our first non-keynote event with an introduction to ePad Plus, which is one of the projects funded by the EABCC project, and a really wonderful tool that many of you know about that's now been enhanced with some preservation functionality. So again, just very happy to welcome you here and to welcome Tricia, Stephen, Sally, and Paul to introduce us to ePad Plus. So I will turn things over to the group, let you get set up with screen share, and really just look forward to hearing all about ePad.
Well, hello, everyone. I'm Stephen Abrams, head of the Digital Preservation Program at the Harvard University Library and PI of the ePad Plus project. and I will be leading things off for us today. I'd like to welcome you on behalf of my colleagues at Harvard, Stanford, and Manchester to listening in to this presentation as we talk about the what we feel the very important work that we're able to do. Ruby, I don't know, should I be able to start my video camera so that people could at least see my face while I'm talking, or is that something you didn't?
You should be able to. Go ahead and try.
Oh, it's telling me
Is it
the
telling
host.
you no?
Yeah.
Okay, give me one moment.
Okay. Well, let me get going so we could use our time wisely. Next slide, please, Tricia. So here is a short agenda for our time slot. I will begin by giving you a little bit of background information, the genesis and the overall scope and intent of the project. Once that's over with, I'll be handing things over to my colleague Paul from the University of Manchester, one of our partners, who will be walking you through all of the new features that are now available in the EPAD project. Following that, my Harvard colleague, Tricia Patterson, will talk about how you can get started using EPAD and taking advantage of many of those new features. And then finally, Sally DeBush from Stanford will discuss the efforts we're making to help to develop a very engaged community to support, maintain, and deal with questions of sustainability that always pop up when we're dealing with an open source community supported product. Finally, we built in some time at the end for your questions, comments, and maybe a little bit of discussion. So let's jump right in. Next slide, please. This, I think, we could take as read. You wouldn't be here if you really didn't already know this. This is a sort of a sentiment that I think was also wonderfully evoked earlier this morning by Nicole Hemmer in her just wonderful keynote address. Many of these same ideas that she was talking about have been identified in the literature. This particular quote comes from a very influential report issued by Clear back in 2018, called The Future of Email Archives. Here I am. And just talking about the important need, the important role that email plays as just a major channel of communication, of scholarly communication, of cultural communication, and basically all avenues of modern life. My mother, like your parents, probably are out there blindly using email and not even understanding what many of the issues are. Next slide, please, Tricia. So email really is just another content genre in the larger universe of materials that we as cultural heritage institutions and accepting a stewardship responsibility know that we need to deal with. And therefore, email needs to be subject to the same sort of preservation imperatives that we would apply to any other genre that we deal with. At a certain high level, these have to do with these four imperatives of ensuring ongoing archival integrity, authenticity, accessibility, and then, of course, finally, usability. When we apply these principles to email records, we could sort of get to a little bit more detail. We need to be able to acquire these materials from a very wide variety of clients, servers, and online protocols. Questions of authenticity, obviously quite important. And this includes, not only sort of the bit level integrity that we often think about, but in the context of email, we have to deal with really important questions of original order. There's a lot of semantic information, for example, built into email headers. We need to make sure that we're dealing with all that header information, not discarding any. Email nowadays is often a multi-part artifact. We need to have all of the different component parts attachments, and so forth. We need to have ways to both characterize and describe email collections at a technical level, a structural level, at an intellectual level, and so forth. We may need to be able to normalize or create derivative forms. Email comes in a variety of file formats, often dependent on the types of tooling that we're using. There are very valid reasons to be able to create appropriate derivatives for purposes of enabling the widest possible further use, as well as helping to facilitate the long-term preservation. And finally, we need methods for making sure that user populations, such as the historians we heard about earlier today, can discover and make effective use of these materials. Next slide, please. So EPAD, of course, is a well-known open source tool developed by Stanford University. Sally DeBush, who we'll be hearing from a little later, was very instrumental right from the beginning there. We at Harvard also got involved in email archiving over about almost 12 years ago now. At that point, there was not a lot of tooling available. So we built our own infrastructure, something called EASE, the email archiving service, which was maintained as a custom application over the past decade. If we take a look at EASE and EPAD, we can see that there's quite a bit of overlapping function, but that there are also functional areas where each has fairly unique capabilities. This became important as we were started to go into some conversations with our colleagues at Stanford regarding the future roadmaps for both of our respective tools. Next slide, please. Again, this sort of notion of freer interoperability between a tooling ecosystem was another important point raised by that Future of Email Archives report. If you're interested in email, and you wouldn't be here, and you haven't had a chance to review that, I would certainly suggest that you do so. There's a lot of really good pertinent information that's in there. It certainly was talking about the need for this interoperability. We initially engaged with our colleagues at Stanford. As I said, we were just trying to sort of align our longer term roadmaps in the effort to essentially try to avoid needless duplication of effort. With the beginning of the pandemic 3 years ago, this suddenly took on a greater degree of urgency. It was clear to all of us, as I think to all of you, that IT and development resources were going to become even more scarce commodities than they previously were. So this idea raised itself pretty naturally that we could investigate some sort of technical convergence onto a single technical platform that essentially would be a best of breed that would incorporate all of the functional capabilities of both of these particular tools. We decided to move ahead with that, and we were it was quite fortuitous that it was exactly the same time that Illinois was putting together its EABCC re-grant initiative, which we were able to take advantage of. Next slide, please. I see my particular time slot is running out, so I'll go through this next bit a little bit quickly. This was a fairly major undertaking by multiple partners here at the Harvard Library. Tricia and our colleagues involved in this. The University of Manchester provided the bulk of the development resources, and we'll be hearing from Paul Carlisle just in a moment. Of course, our colleagues at Stanford were fully involved in the project right from the beginning. We also had recourse to the principals at Amuse Labs, which is the folks who was actually Stanford's original development team when EPAD was first created. Of course, we had the wonderful cooperation and oversight by our sponsors at Illinois, Ruby and Chris, And we also wanted to highlight here the contribution by Matt Hovey at eMalchemy. And we'll hear about how we're exploiting eMalchemy in just another moment. So, as Chris alluded to earlier, the main thing that has been added to ePad is the level of support for long-term preservation activities. And now I'm going to turn things over to Paul, who's going to be talking you through what some of these new features look like. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Stephen. So my name is Paul Carlisle. I'm an archivist at the University of Manchester Library. With Tricia and our colleague Jessica Smith, I was co-project manager of the ePad Plus project and was archivist for the Palladium project, which used ePad to explore the long-term preservation and management of one of the library's most important literary collections, the Carcanet email archive. I'm going to tell you, as Stephen just said, about some of the new preservation features that were developed during the project and that were added to the ePad software. These features were implemented by a highly skilled and tireless technical team based here at the University of Manchester Library. The two new versions of ePad that were released as part of this project, versions 9 and 10, also benefited greatly from the contributions of a dedicated group of testers based at institutions in Europe and in North America. So as Stephen said earlier, the ePad Plus project has very much been a collaborative effort. The new features I'm going to talk about concern three major areas within ePad, so import, metadata, and export. These are all covered in a demonstration video that's available through the ePad website and also in the user guide and other documentation that we've assembled during the project. And Tricia will go into more detail about those resources later on. So if we begin with the import process. In previous versions of ePad, the software didn't retain certain information or formatting from the original email files. One of the major aims of this project was to ensure that ePad could retain and capture more of that information, including the complete header information that Steve mentioned, message formatting, multi-part messages. Users can also now add any type of what we call sidecar files to accompany a particular collection. These are supplementary files and can be in any format. They're not part of the email archive as such, but contain information relevant to it, such as donor agreements, finding aids, or metadata files. This feature gives users the opportunity to keep this type of documentation with an archive in a single place. So ePad users can now import, export, list, delete these sidecar files, and it's something that can be added to or amended as work on a particular archive progresses. Next slide, please, Tricia, thank you. Okay, so metadata. The latest version of ePad is capable of assembling a richer set of metadata, including automatically generated premise events and a more extensive set of fields that can be added manually by the user. So to give you an example, next slide, please, Tricia, thank you. In the latest version of ePad, users can select a premise event type from a drop-down list, which is what you can see here in the slide. And there are a number of other fields relating to the content of the email archives, their administrative and custodial histories, closure or embargo periods, and much else besides that can be amended or developed further within ePad. Next slide, please, Tricia. Well, thank you. Again, unlike previous versions of ePad, metadata is now gathered together in a single place within ePad's folder structure. So rather than being dispersed across different folders. So on this slide, you can see an example of the ePad premise XML file. Admittedly, not the easiest thing to read on a PowerPoint slide, or perhaps not the easiest thing to read full stop. But I can assure you this particular example contains manually added premise metadata, as well as other metadata automatically added by ePad, such as date and time of ingest and number of attachments in a collection. Thank you, Tricia. So export. We have updated how ePad exports collections to better facilitate long-term storage and preservation. So this means packaging what we call the canonical version, that is the original, unappraised, unprocessed files that were imported into ePad, packaging that together with the appraised or processed derivative versions, together with any sidecar files and all of the metadata in one preservation-ready package, ready for import into the user's repository of choice. Next, thank you, Tricia. All of these features that I've described so far were part of the EPAD version 9 release, which was made available through GitHub in autumn 2022. For version 10, the most significant piece of work undertaken by our technical team was the integration of EPAD with Emailchemy, an email conversion tool. Next slide, please, Tricia. Thank you. Mbox is EPAD's standard format. So before the integration of Emailchemy with EPAD, if emails were in a non-Mbox format, users would need to convert the files before anything could be imported into EPAD. So for example, if you were working with PST files, these would need to have been converted to the Mbox format outside of the EPAD application and then imported into EPAD. We ran a survey to determine the most popular, widely used email conversion tool amongst EPAD users, and Emailchemy came top of that survey. So we worked closely with Weird Kids Software, the developers of Emailchemy, to create a version that works within EPAD. And although EPAD is free, to use the integrated version of Emailchemy, users must purchase a license from Weird Kids Software and create a license dongle, which will enable those features in EPAD. And with this feature, users can now convert from a number of different email formats within EPAD itself. And additionally, you can also convert appraised or processed files to EML format as part of the export process as well, if that is a preferred preservation format. So it gives people more options now within EPAD itself. So those are some of the new features that we developed during the project. I'll now hand over to Tricia, who will explain how you can get started with EPAD.
Thank you, Paul. As Paul mentioned, I am Tricia Patterson, and I was the co-project manager with Paul and Jess Smith, who I want to mention will be talking about the Palladium project that Paul mentioned during the EABCC program. So be sure to check that out. And hosting our slide deck here. So I actually just want to, I'm going to be walking you through the newly launched EPAD website. So as part of this project, we really wanted to focus on kind of repositioning EPAD. You know, Stanford had created EPAD and done the heavy legwork for like 3 rounds of grant funding before this of all the feature development. And since we were bringing in new partners during this project and trying to really expand EPAD into a more community supported open source project with Manchester and Harvard coming into it, part of that was repositioning, you know, things like the resources and the maintenance and the website to not feel like it was so just Stanford based and on their shoulders anymore, and more community contributed. So if you've ever used EPAD in the past, you've probably gone to the Stanford EPAD webpage before. That still exists, but we actually launched a whole new website. And that's where you can go to like get all your resources, download and install. I'm going to show you that here in a second, find the user guide there and some other resources, as well as the important part is contributing your resources, because we really want it to be crowdsourced. So let me see if I can. Here we go. So this is the new, just whenever you're sharing your screen, the Zoom toolbar is always annoyingly in the way. Here's the new EPAD website, and there are some quick links here for download and install. So you can go here. The download and install is still hosted on GitHub. So there's just some quick information there, and then it'll take you to the GitHub. This. You can go to the history and it'll explain a little bit about the phase 4 EPAD Plus project that we've just talked about here today, as well as past grant funded phases of the EPAD project. You can go here for the user guide, and this will pop out into, you pop this out here into its own doc, or you can just use it embedded right here in the website, the discovery module, there's a whole separate page here for the discovery module user guide, and to check it out, the standalone, if you've ever explored it, collective discovery module that was part of the last round of funding. And then there's things that here, like projects and workflows that we really want people to crowdsource. So you can see at every page here, you have like a, hey, do you have a project you'd like to share? Do you have a workflow you'd like to share? Please send it to us, because we really want to start building out this being a shared resource where you can see how everybody is using ePad in different ways, because we really do have unique workflows that we have to work around. The lexicon libraries are still available. Everything has moved over and is available on this website now, including some new community opportunities that Sally is going to introduce as well. So let me come back here. We launched this in, I think it's like December or January, this website. So this was an initial launch, and we're always interested in feedback on how to make it better. There are links in the website to contact the ePad Plus project, join the listserv, anything you can think of to like get involved and contact folks. So please reach out. Don't be afraid to submit stuff. That's the most important part of making this a community contributed resource. I'm also just going to spend a couple of minutes walking through, now that you know the features, you've downloaded, you've installed ePad, how do you actually integrate it into a workflow? There's a lot of different ways you can go about that. This is one sample institutional workflow. We've actually just recently adopted ePad ourselves. We decommissioned Ease, as Stephen mentioned earlier, and we adopted ePad. So we don't have a concrete workflow. This is a sample way that we are exploring using ePad at Harvard. So I'm just going to quickly walk through that. And this is including the eMalchemy integration. So in this scenario, a record donor creates email in Outlook. So they have a PST, they export the PST from Outlook. An archivist copies the PST onto an encrypted hard drive, brings it back to the archive, uploads it into the ePad import module. In the scenario, again, eMalchemy is integrated so they can bring PST directly into it. They don't have to convert it to Inbox beforehand. They push it into the appraisal module. With some of our records at Harvard, we have a long embargo period. It can be up to 80 years. So in this scenario, if you're not going to go through a lot of processing stuff right now, because you know that you have 80 years to come around back to it, maybe you just do some light appraisal, or you can go ahead and keep working on it and push it into the processing module. From there, from either the appraisal or the processing module, you can export a preservation ready bag. So these are some of the assets that it could include. In this scenario, we have the original PST. If we have eMalchemy integrated, we can create a preservation EML. eMalchemy allows you, as Paul mentioned, to create either an Inbox or EML export. Again, if you don't have eMalchemy, you can still just create the Inbox export. Typical, ePad workflow as before. But if you have eMalchemy, you can choose to select EML as your preservation format target. And then we have our metadata. At Harvard, we worked with our LTS team to create an automated deposit process from ePad into our repository, our digital preservation repository called the DRS. And that includes basically when you're exporting from ePad, you're exporting onto a Nextcloud directory, and then there's some automated things that go into just grabbing it and taking it into our repository service. So that's just a really quick sample workflow. We would love to hear about other workflows that folks have. Again, submitting through the website, please, and thank you. And now I'm going to turn it over to Sally to talk about how you can get involved.
Thanks, Trisha. I'm Sally DeBush. I'm a digital archivist at Stanford, and I've been working on the EPAD project for a few years now, including this most recent round of development. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about how you can get involved in the EPAD project, because it is a highly collaborative community project. As Trisha's been saying, we really welcome our users to get involved with the work that we're doing, and we have a few opportunities to do that. So the first of those being our steering group, which we just launched this year. We are welcoming new members to the group. If you're interested in shaping the direction of EPAD going forward, including developing a roadmap for the project, which is our current piece of work, identifying and applying for future grant funding, collaborating with EPAD users to improve our user documentation, and sharing ideas about projects that are related or tie into using EPAD. So you can see on the slide there our schedule for upcoming meetings. We meet bi-monthly. And you can also find the Zoom meeting information on the epadproject.org page for the steering committee. Next slide, please. So the second big opportunity that we have to get involved with the project is for our code group, which we also launched this year. This is dedicated to the technical matters related to the EPAD software. If you have the skills to contribute to EPAD's code base and you're interested in helping to maintain or enhance the software, we would really welcome you to join this code group. It meets monthly, and the schedule is there on the slide. You can see. You can also find all of the Zoom meeting information on epadproject.org. There's a page dedicated to the code group. And for both the steering committee and the code group, we also post the notes from previous meetings on those pages. So you can take a look at those and get a sense of what we've been working on, if that is helpful too. So I'll leave you with a few resources here to follow the project going forward. The best one being our new website that Trisha gave you a tour of. You can also join the EPAD users listserv, and there's a link to join that from the website. It's at the bottom of the homepage. And then you can follow us on Twitter if you're still there. We always post links to any new versions that we release. So that's a good place to look if you're curious if there's been a new version released recently. And then we'd absolutely love to see you at one of our steering group or code group meetings. And as Trisha said, we would love you to share any workflows or use cases for using EPAD. Those are so helpful to other archivists who are trying to work with email. And we would love to be able to publish those to our website too, to serve as a resource for others. And with that, I believe that wraps up the presentation portion of this panel, and we'll move on to our Q&A.
Thank you, Sally, and Trisha and Paul, for taking us through a very dense amount of information in a short amount of time. So we can move on to this section. I see we actually got through this a little bit faster than we rehearsed, so we even have a little extra time for questions or comments. I haven't seen any questions come through the QA facility so far. I can't believe that there are no questions or responses. So if you please post your things there, we'll be happy to field any information you have about this. Maybe while we're waiting for something to come in, I just want to clarify one thing that it perhaps was not entirely clear, which is the use of the eMalchemy, the third-party eMalchemy tool. As Trisha mentioned, you do not have to use it. If you do not choose to license eMalchemy, you can continue to use EPAD in pretty much in its, in terms of format support in the way it's always worked, which is you are restricted to using Mbox. So if you have non-Mbox source materials, you'll need to somehow convert that externally before bringing it in. With the use of eMalchemy, then you have the wherewithal to support a very wide variety of well-known formats. Matt Hovey at Weird Kids Software is very much committed to supporting the work that we're doing, and has in fact created a special license terms just for people who are licensing the tool for purposes of integrating with EPAD. And there's more information about how to do all that on the website. So I think I see some questions coming in. Oops, let me sort of try to take these in order. So the first question has to do with appraisal. How do you filter out confidential information and/or messages? Sally, maybe could you
Yeah, I can talk about that a little bit. That's such an important question because appraising email for confidential information, legally protected information even, is such an important aspect to processing email collections, because we really can't provide access to email collections unless we can feel confident that we're not inadvertently exposing personal, legally protected or confidential information, right? So there are a number of features within EPAD that are geared towards doing that kind of work. Probably the most powerful one that I can think of, or the one that we use most frequently, would be the lexicon analysis feature. So this is kind of like bulk keyword searching is how I think of it. So, and the lexicons, if you're interested in looking at what terms are included in each lexicon, which are sort of thematically grouped, those are on the EPAD project website. So you can take a look at those without having to actually install the software. And I would say that's probably the first and most useful feature for identifying information that you might consider confidential, personal, legally protected. And then EPAD uses a system of labeling messages. So you would apply labels to messages indicating that they should be restricted. And those labels can be actionable within EPAD. So if you apply like a restrict for a certain amount of time label to a message, then it would not be exported to the final module that's accessible by researchers. So that's how, in a nutshell, that's how EPAD handles doing appraisal for confidential or sensitive information.
And sorry, could I answer that, Sally? Sorry,
Yeah,
Steve.
please.
Our colleague Jessica Smith is speaking tomorrow about the Friday, actually. Is it Friday? Let me think. She's speaking one of the days this week anyway, about the Palladium project, which we started here at Manchester, which looked specifically at the appraisal of the Carcanet email archive. And so many of the things that Sally just mentioned, actually, Jess will be able to actually demonstrate how that's been used in practice as well with that particular email archive. So that may help as well with ideas for how some archivists have approached this question.
Thank you, Paul. Sally, there's actually, scanning through here, I'm seeing a somewhat related question having to do with appraisal. And I think this is probably coming from someone who's not really familiar with EPAD. So I think it's important to sort of address this. They're asking, how does appraisal within EPAD work differently than if you just try to do it manually through a standard email client like Outlook? What's the added value that we feel we're providing by doing this kind of activity within the EPAD framework?
Yeah, so I'm sure we've all had the experience of trying to find something in Outlook, and even if you know for a fact you sent this message, you still somehow can't find it just by searching for it. And that can be a real challenge to dealing with email collections. So EPAD, if you look at the software, it doesn't look like an email client. It's structured differently, and it's structured in ways that allow you to kind of broadly browse. And if you're just approaching a collection, you really don't know what it contains. But it also provides a number of ways to search collection in a more fine-grained or targeted way. If you do have some knowledge of it and you're looking for a particular correspondent or a particular subject or keyword even. So it kind of comes at it from both directions, I would say.
Okay, great. Thank you. Maybe another question from someone who I think has not yet adopted EPAD. To what extent does EPAD require item by item review of messages as opposed to some sort of bulk processing? Can you do things at scale, essentially?
Yeah, that's a great question, because that's another huge challenge to dealing with email is just the scale that collections can grow to. There's really no way to look at an entire collection message by message, right? So again, EPAD kind of comes at it from multiple angles. You can look at messages one at a time if you want to, but you can also use different features to kind of drill down to subsets of messages. So you could use a lexicon to get down to a subset of messages that all include some set of keywords. And then from there, you could maybe review them one at a time. And you can also, do advanced searches to drill down even to a more specific set of messages and then review those one at a time. So you have the option to do both. You can access each and every individual message within EPAD, but to make the processing more efficient and really to make it possible, it has a lot of features that are geared towards understanding the intellectual content of the email collection without having to look at each and every message. Hopefully that answers that question.
Thank you. Okay, here's an interesting one. Does EPAD have or plan to develop the ability to engage with ERDM exports or systems, possibly even something like SharePoint, that might contain individual emails rather than formal email accounts? ERDM, I'm not sure if I'm not familiar with that. I suspect that this person means EDRM, electronic discovery, and so forth. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not being a practicing archivist myself. I don't have any direct experience with those types of systems. My initial reaction to this, and my colleagues will correct me if I misstate this, is that we don't have any direct interoperability with those types of external platforms. You either have to bring material into EPAD, once it's already existing, as a file or set of files out on a locally attached file system. Or it can be brought in using an online protocol like IMAP. Does that all sound correct? Seeing some nods from my colleagues, so yes.
Yeah, and Tim, I'm not sure, feel free to elaborate if I'm misinterpreting this at all. I also don't have experience with ERDM systems. So I don't know, what that looks like when you're getting the emails in them. But Stephen answered, to my knowledge, the way that I would expect that to be is just like if you have a specific email format, whether, you can use EPAD as it exists if you have a collection of inbox files. It doesn't have to be that your system directly. Please go ahead.
Sorry, yes. ERDM systems often get used by big institutions, governments, for the electronic document and record management. So there's often a habit of moving emails from out of the email platforms and into consolidated records management platforms. And that creates a record of the activity of the organization or the government department. And as a result, the emails are no longer associated with an email account. They exist as individual files, MSG files from Microsoft most commonly. You might have multiple emails in there, but they're no longer in They're no longer in an email structure. They're in there as individual objects within ERDMS. And that makes them exceedingly difficult to deal with. But it's the space that any government, National Archive, or any archive that's working with institutional material is likely to find themselves in, rather than dealing with email accounts that might be represented by a PST file or an MBOX file. And hence the question.
That's interesting. Can you elaborate on the format that those end up, like, that the digital objects are in?
Usually they're just exported as MSG straight out of a Microsoft system, and then as a single file, and then uploaded into the ERDMS. And if you want to put 5 emails in there, you upload 5 files. And the fact that those emails might actually form a thread, or might be connected if you could see them in the email platform, is lost when they're moved into that environment. I mean, this isn't a problem that I have at the moment within my current institution, but it was the biggest challenge we had in both of my previous institutions, by a very large margin.
Okay, thank you, Tim, for that information. It's an interesting question, and perhaps something that we may reach out to you later on to discuss ways in which this can be put.
I mean, there are colleagues at the National Archives in London and the National Records of Scotland in Scotland who would, my ex-colleagues, who would undoubtedly have some interest in this space. But I suspect there are other archivists, as they working in the non-academic sector, for whom this is a big area of interest.
Mm-hmm. Great. Well, I see we are coming up to the end of our time. There are a lot more interesting questions that we unfortunately have not been able to deal with right now. We will capture all this material, and perhaps we can start a little bit of a FAQ on the website or something similar to that, where we can try to address some of these questions. So if you hopefully you all went off and bookmarked that link to the website, and please feel free to come back and look at it frequently. We're constantly adding information there. Also, if you don't feel you're getting the information you need, please use some of the other channels that Sally talked about, the mailing list, Twitter, and so forth, because we really want to do whatever we can to ensure that we're being responsive to our user community. With that, I think we will conclude our time here. We appreciate your listening in and your level of engagement, as evidenced by your questions and comments. So on behalf of Tricia, Sally, and Paul, we thank you, and we hope that you have a wonderful time with the remainder of the symposium. Thanks. Back to you, Chris.
Yeah, great. I'd just like to thank you all very much for not only your presentation here, which of course was very clear, as you said, engaged a lot of interest from the audience, but for also modeling a really well-run grant program, and for the exciting work you completed as part of the grant. It's been just wonderful to see the preservation functionality integrated. I really love the connection that you have to Emalkamy. I can never quite pronounce that correctly for some reason, but I just like to see just love to see the project moving to this real point of maturity. So it's again, just nothing but appreciation for all of you from our side here at Illinois. So again, thank you all. We're going to take a break now for lunch, and hope to see many of you back, I believe, at 1 p.m. Central Time this afternoon. Thanks again.
Right, hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, great. We can hear you, Nick. How are
Okay,
you?
perfect. Good, how are you? It's
Good,
going
good.
very well so far. I'm enjoying it very much.
Great. I'm really glad to hear that. I was really pleased with the turnout this morning. We had over close to 300 people at the top there. So, and obviously lots of people here as well now. So,
Yeah, it should, it was a really unexpectedly large, I think, so I'm really glad to hear it. The big audience.
yeah. Did you want to try just turning your camera on to make sure that
Oh,
part
sure.
works? We had a little bit of a hiccup the last time.
Oh, yeah, that's not a problem. Let me just make sure everything is right. Okay. Can you see me? Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
let me
it looks
adjust
good.
this. It's a little bit better.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, great.
Did I lose it again? There we go.
Yeah, no, that's okay. And I'm assuming the screen
Okay.
sharing will work correctly when we get to that point as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
And Ruby will do a little introduction when we get closer to the top of the hour here.
Okay, perfect. Can I test the screen share real quick just to make
Sure,
sure
of
that I'm
course.
doing it well? Okay.
Yep.
Let's see.
I think Ruby may need to turn it off first on our end.
It's telling me it's loading.
Yeah, we can do like the view options, so we can switch to next. That works.
Oh, perfect. If I move forward, that works. Presumably. Okay, great. Should I just keep it sharing or should I stop and then restart?
You can keep it. You can keep it sharing. Once we stop, your screen will automatically be the
Move over. Yeah.
move over. Yeah, there you
Got
go.
And I don't know how many of the questions there will be, but I would be happy to moderate my own. I can just walk through them at the end. This was I had to I had to cram a little bit into this presentation, so hopefully I can get through it with plenty of time to answer some questions. So I'm sure there will be some.
Okay, that's great. Just gonna wait a quick minute, just as more people trickle in, given that this is lunch hour for most people. Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. We're going to dive right into our next presentation by Nick Guaniso, who will talk about the Council of State Archivists Prepare project. Nick, if you want to take it away.
Nick, I think you're muted, unfortunately.
Oh, thank you. Nope, that was better. Hopefully this is better now. Appreciate it. What's the presentation without a few technical errors? All right, so hopefully everybody can see my screen. My name is Nick Guaniso. I'm a project manager and consultant for the State Electronic Records Initiative and the Council of State Archivists. I will be talking about preparing archives for records and email, our project under the EABCC grant. So I'm also going to put into the chat here a link. Hopefully I will be able to do this correctly. Maybe I'll put it later in the chat. I want to put a link to our website. We have pretty much all of our resources located there on the Council of State Archivists Prepare webpage. So I'm going to be referencing some of them today, so you may want to follow along or just download and read them later. There's quite a bit of content there, from the reports of the different phases of the project to our best practices documents to our guidance documents that we prepared towards the end of it. All right, perfect. Thank you, Ruby. All right, so let us talk about Prepare. So I'm going to start by talking about the Council of State Archivists a little bit. It's a nonprofit membership organization of the 50 states, 5 territories, and District of Columbia archives. So it's been around for about 20 years in various incarnations, and works to foster a collaborative community among state and territorial archives and archivists, and beyond, including IT agencies, records management professionals, records producers, and pretty much everybody in government who has a role in the management of records, especially electronic records, through the State Electronic Records Initiative series. There's a couple other projects that COSA does. I would encourage you all to check them out as well. As you'll hear today, the work related to email preservation and management in government is not complete. We didn't solve it, but we will be continuing to work on this over the next 5, 10, 20 years, as long as email is being used, and probably for a considerable amount of time after that. Myself, I'm a digital archivist at Norwich University here in Northville, Vermont. I'm also a project manager for the Backer project and the Prepare project for the Council of State Archivists. I put my contact information here. You can feel free to reach out to me at any time about this or other work that we've done, specifically related to email or digital preservation in state government. And before I start, or maybe shortly after I start, I wanted to thank everybody that was involved in this project. Obviously, Chris and Ruby and Eden and other folks from the University of Illinois and the Mellon Foundation, of course, and then the many, many, many people who consulted on our project, Prepare. We had a professional advisory group of digital curation, digital humanities, digital preservation experts from around the US. We had a professional focus group of digital archivists from the state and territorial archives. Many, many hours spent by volunteers in the State Electronic Records Initiative reviewing our work, providing comments, and helping us on our drafts. And obviously the many other reviewers, consultants, and volunteers. I scrolled through the attendee list and I saw that many of you are here today. So thank you so much for all your help with this. We really embrace the community building aspect of this, and none of this work was done by any one person alone. This is a kind of collaborative effort of the 50 states and 5 territories in DC. So we hope that what we've come up with today is a good foundation for the future, because like I said, it's not really solved. So I'm going to give a brief background and overview, kind of set the stage for just kind of the situation, the problem, as I will get into. And then I will talk about the project itself, which was really conducted over 3 phases: needs assessment, testing, tools and protocols, and then direct and indirect assistance. I'm going to focus more on phase 1 and phase 2. I'll plug that at 11 Central tomorrow. I'm giving a presentation with Lisa Erickson Harris from the state of Maine. We'll be talking about the direct assistance project we have with them in great depth. So I encourage you all to attend that tomorrow if you want to see how this kind of shook out in practice and still is ongoing. So I'll really be focusing on the first 2, and hopefully we'll have some time at the end for some questions. There's a lot of information that we covered both in the presentation and we'll be covering, and we did cover in the report. So I'm hoping that there will be some questions that we can address about the various different aspects of email management in government. So I want to start with just a background and kind of problem statement, just talk about email generally. So our keynote speaker today had some great comments about public records generally. And I know that, public records, unlike many of our archival collections, they have very, very specific and strict requirements, both for accessing them. So, whatever audience you're part of and whatever point in the life cycle that you wish to access the records, there are provisions in state and territorial law to provide access to them, such as Freedom of Information Act. In some states, it's called Freedom of Access or Public Records Act or things like that. In addition to those access requirements, which are pretty strict, there are also protection. That's kind of the other side of the coin. And those protection requirements typically take the form of exemptions to that public records access. And those are found in statute, case law, policy, procedure, et cetera. And those have to be applied throughout the life cycle as well. And I'm going to talk a lot about the records life cycle today, because a lot of our talk is about, and a lot of our work was about, governance, in addition to technology. And that's a little sneak preview for later. But because of those requirements, we are constantly thinking about those in the back of our mind when we talk about how to manage and preserve and provide access to email. We can't, it's not to say that archivists can, but in general, we have to be very, very careful about making sure that all of our T's are crossed and our I's are dotted, and that we know everything that's contained within the records at all times. And when we're talking about the scale of public records, especially email, we're talking about hundreds of thousands or millions of messages coming to the archives theoretically each year. And so I think one of the presenters on the EPAD presentation said it previously, we're not going to review every single message. It's not really possible just from a process perspective. So we need to be looking at the sets of records broadly. And yeah, we don't have the resources to be able to do it. More is spent on email applications management, the contracts, the licenses, than is spent on archives total in state government. And we're talking about many magnitudes more spent on the technology. So we have a pretty big mandate to collect, select, collect, transfer, preserve, and make accessible public records that are in email format, yet we don't really have a ton of resources to do so. And like I said, we don't have the resources certainly to read and review every message. That would take an incredible amount of time. And of course, we know email generally is, and we have a picture of the beast here, it's a kind of a challenging thing in government. It's not necessarily challenging technologically. It's a fairly simple standard internet message format, but there's been many implementations over the years. We're talking about at least 30 years of legacy email that many states have. Some have never deleted email since the 90s. Others have, really, really extensive different sets of collections that kind of trace the development of the technology since the 90s or the 80s. In addition to the different platforms and technologies involved, there's been as many, if not twice as many, governance models over the years. And that's not just in terms of who runs the email servers or who's responsible for managing records, but also just what formats, what technology is used, where it's located, and so on. But the biggest kind of downfall of email in state and territorial government is just how it's been used. And if you can imagine a way that email has been used in government, it probably has been. Anything from collecting public health statistics or individual case files for Medicaid or Medicare to permits and licenses for environmental conservation or land usage, all the way down to constituent correspondence. There's all different types of ways that email has been used. Many of them I wouldn't recommend in the future or in the past, but some of them have been used in that way. And others are totally appropriate and totally necessary. And part of the ubiquity of email and the ease of use of the technology meant that it was applied in probably many ways that it shouldn't have been. So because of that, we've got just a ton of legacy email in addition to the ever-growing set of current email that we have for all the state and territorial employees. So it's a big problem in government, and it's not getting any smaller. In fact, it continues to grow. And I mentioned a couple times the records lifecycle, and I'm not going to go too deep on this, but I think it is really important for the context of this conversation. When we talk about email management and preservation, those requirements are for the entire enterprise of government. They're not just what happens at the archives. And in many ways, the biggest challenges with email preservation is just getting it to the archives. So in general, I don't want to, I'm really dumbing this down a lot, but in general, the way that most public records are governed is with this records kind of life cycle in mind. You have a set kind of a governing document, such as a record schedule or similar instrument that determines how long a record needs to be retained and what the various different, parts of its life cycle are. In general, we're looking at legal requirements. We're looking at procedural operational requirements. We're looking at public access requirements, and we're looking at those at the various different phases of its life. Your active phase, that's when it's in use. Your inactive phase, that's when it's no longer in use, but it needs to be retained to meet those legal requirements or for referential reasons or whatever it might be. And then there's usually a disposition decision that is made, whether to retain it permanently as an archival record or to destroy it. The trouble with email is that it doesn't quite fit into this life cycle model that easily. This works really great when we're talking about unstructured documents, and especially paper records, which is when many record schedules were developed. Obviously, many of them in many states have been updated since to accommodate digital records. But when we're thinking about email, it's not really the same. It's not a like for like, and everybody who's on this on this webinar probably understands that email versus a traditional set of digital records is very, very different. And part of the reason is that, especially in the state and territorial kind of context, these records are managed individually. End users, so the individual state and territorial employees, whether it's the secretary of the agency or an elected official like your secretary of state or your governor, all the way down to kind of the lowest of the kind of low-level operational staff member, they very likely have their own email account, and they're very likely managing it themselves. They may have an administrative assistant who's managing it for them, but most of the time they're managing it themselves, as opposed to most other public records, which are managed collectively as part of a SharePoint site or content management system or case management system or something like that. So there's not a lot of windows for archivists and records managers into those accounts and those records. Public employees also not exactly afforded the time to organize their email, don't necessarily have the appropriate training to do so in a way that makes sense for access purposes, may not have the expectations that they are required to do so or that they need to do so. And frankly, most employees probably don't want to, or probably don't derive a lot of value from organizing their email in that way, because again, for most of the email lifecycle, it's kind of just to receive, synthesize the information, and then move on. So there's not a lot of value for the average employee to do so. And finally, one other confounding factor is that the way that the email technology is distributed throughout government is that most agencies don't manage their own email. Typically, whoops, too far. Typically, you see this type of model where there is an enterprise-wide IT agency that works with a vendor. So most commonly in state and territorial government, we're talking about Microsoft Exchange or Google Cloud. And then you have other agencies which have clients who are part of this, kind of connect to this server. Of course, this is not the only model, and this is the model that is most prevalent today. It was not always like this. When email applications were first being proliferated kind of across state and territorial government, they started out at individual agencies, which at the time often had their own IT departments, and that kind of slowly moved into this enterprise-wide model that we see commonly in most states today. There are some legacy examples of that individual agency IT management. That's probably most common when we're looking outside of the executive branch, such as your judicial agencies or your legislative branch. That's not often included in this. So we certainly are thinking about that as depending on the state, may be considered to be public records or not. But we are thinking about not just this model today, but also the way that it has looked over the last 20, 30 plus years. So finally, I just want to give you the archival perspective of this. At the outset of the project, which started in 2021, a third of the states and territories essentially had never collected email in any formal way. This is exempting those kind of one-offs where they accessioned a hard drive or a disk that had some email on it, but it was never collected in a methodical or kind of specific way. Of those that did, so we're talking fewer than 10 here, fewer than 10 states and territories totally, they didn't have a lot of experience doing so. They either didn't have a formal program or hadn't been doing it for very long. And those that did, and those that do have email records, most of them aren't using their digital repositories, which many of them do have, to actually preserve and provide access to these records. And there's a bunch of reasons for that, which we'll get into. But I think the ultimate question that we were asking as part of Prepare is, are these questions of governance or are these questions of technology? We're talking about a huge amount of data that is being created every year and being stored every year. We're also talking about a bunch of different public agencies who really need to work together, but kind of don't do so enough, especially when it comes to the management of email. You've got an IT agency, you've got a records producing agency, you may have a legal agency such as your attorney generals or assistant attorney generals, or those type of counsel. You may have an administrative agency that is part of the process. And then of course you have records management and the archives as well. So you're really talking about, potentially 5 or 6 different agencies who have a role in the management of email, all dealing kind of with the same or maybe even different technologies. So I think you probably can see where this is going, but that's the general question that we're going to be asking as part of Prepare. So we designed the project, I'm going way too far. We designed the project to have pretty much 5 specific outcomes. I'm not going to go through these in too much detail, but really we started with a needs assessment, which was to survey the different state and territorial archives to see what their greatest obstacles were, what their greatest challenges were, what their capacities were. Then we wanted to work on the development of best practices, and that's not kind of creating things out of whole cloth. We look to kind of the best examples that we found around the US among the more mature state archives, and try to simplify, extend, and synthesize their information into documents that everybody could use. Then there was a testing phase where we had the aforementioned focus group of the expert digital archivists, and then we had the technical assistance and mentoring phase, which that's kind of the latter part of the project where we were deployed directly to collaborative projects with the states and territories, with the idea of just being in there kind of on the ground, seeing what the issues were. So that was incredibly valuable for us and hopefully the states as well. And lastly, it's the ongoing deepening of the communities of practice around email management and preservation. A big part of this project, as I mentioned, was kind of embracing that element and really working together. Nothing here was done by kind of a single archivist. Really, everything had a whole bunch of ideas and different hands in its construction. So we think that this rising tide, especially across the archival community, will really raise everybody's capacity. So that's kind of the goal here. So to break down these phases, our phase 1 was the needs assessment. Phase 2 was the application tools and protocol assessing, and phase 3 was the technical assistance and mentoring. And even though the grant period is over, I can happily report that a bunch of these projects are still ongoing. They've been very valuable for the individual states, and the foundations that we built have kind of continued to inform their practice and their capacity. So I'm going to talk about the needs assessment survey first. This happened at the beginning of 2021. So it was distributed in the spring and completed with results by the summer. So in order to put this together, the project had both a project manager, that was me, and a project coordinator, Michelle Gallinger, who was responsible for kind of doing the community coordination elements of this. This is a list of the members of our advisory group. So I saw some of you are on the call today, so I'll thank you again for your participation. We had a bunch of sit downs with them collectively and many of them individually to both design our project and design our survey and get feedback on the results. We really wanted to take a lot of perspectives on what we should be asking because we wanted to really start with kind of a blank slate. And so these members of the advisory group were extremely helpful to us. So again, I can't really thank them enough. The survey itself was pretty simple. It was a few dozen questions that was distributed to each of the 56 member archives, basically to determine what their preservation and processing capability were for email. We asked them to look across the entire enterprise, not just as their own internal capabilities. So we really were trying to evaluate the state's capacity and the territory's maturity, not just the archives. And these are a couple of the key elements that we asked about, though there were many, many more. I think it ended up being 50 some odd questions, and they're all different areas. We have a report for phase one that's on our website, the Prepare website. Please feel free to download, read it. It has a lot of the insights that you might find valuable, maybe informative to you as well. So it was a very successful survey. We had a 90% plus response rate. So over the course of several months, they were able to respond. We had some office hours where the individual member archives could talk to us, detail the questions. And as I said, we produced a report that you can find and be able to see our findings. One of them that was I always thought was kind of interesting was kind of the wide distribution of who's in charge of the state email systems. We were looking at trying to figure out who we should be collaborating with. And as you can see, it's kind of the kitchen sink. It's kind of everybody. So that's good to know. And you'll see that theme kind of throughout this presentation and throughout the project is that there is no one size fits all process or workflow or governance document that works. Every state and territory does it differently. Some of them devote a ton of resources to it. Some of them devote almost nothing to it. So it's really hard to come up with a single piece of best practice, a best practice that would be really applicable to both New Hampshire and California, or would be applicable to both Puerto Rico and Indiana. So it really depends on the individual audience. That's kind of why we went with the direct assistance. But in general, we were happy with the responses that we got. You know, some of the good information that we received, and I mean good as in this is very encouraging, was that most states have the necessary legal foundations to preserve email appropriately. This is kind of a kind of a two-sided coin, because I say they should have it. They have the necessary statutes, they have the necessary policies, they have the necessary record schedules, but it's not happening. As you saw in 90%, so that's 47 some odd respondents or so, but really only 2/3 of them are actually getting email. So that's the first gap that we identified. Why, if the policy is good and the law is good, why aren't the records getting to the archives? The second one that was very encouraging to us is that, in the absence of good governance, the archives and records management programs, we're talking about 25% of each. And just for some context, not every state has the archives and the records management combined into a single agency. So we didn't survey records management agencies specifically. We surveyed the state archives or the territorial archives. So there is a bit of a difference there. So we did kind of break those out as different demographics, but they publish their own email governance requirements. Most of them are quite simple, such as here's file formats you should use, here's who's responsible for making a transfer, here's how to identify potentially redact sensitive information, a really important topic we'll talk about later. But we're really encouraged that there's some governance out there. And of course, there's tons of desire to collaborate more among all those constituent professionals that I mentioned before that have email governance related roles. This one I thought it was another piece of information that was kind of tickling, is that when we start to look at who's transferring records to the archives. Again, even more of a kitchen sink. They kind of come from everywhere. So when publishing our guidance and working on our best practices, we've had to keep in mind that we can't write just a technical document focused towards IT, because there might be, an AG's office that needs to understand how to do it. There might be a vendor that uses a very specific type of software that might need to know what to do. So we need to keep our audiences in mind, and we wanted to figure out who's really involved. But that kind of segues us into, because there are so many people involved, what's kind of the bad part of this. One is that 58% of our archives basically had nothing in terms of governance, in terms of requirements, whether it's transfer or preservation or metadata or whatever it might be, related to email specifically. And again, we have kind of called out email as a kind of special and discrete type of record that is found in government. So kind of challenging to transfer the email when there's not a lot of policy related to it. Fewer than half of our respondents at the time, this is 2021, had a digital preservation system that was up and running. So even if they could get the email to them, they really couldn't preserve it in the way they needed to. And the last one was kind of the most stark example of where capacity needed to be raised, was that only about 3 or 4 of the respondents, so I think it was 3, ever used any of the software we're going to be talking about, and some of which you've heard about today already, related to process or manage email. Part of that is because they just aren't getting the email, but the second part of it is there's just so much lack of experience and expertise that we really need to know what they should be using, why they should be using it, when they should be using it, what they should be using it for. And then lastly, we have the obstacles that remain. It's one thing to be able to identify the problem, but we also wanted to find out from the state and territorial archivists what the biggest problems were. And as probably a surprise to no one, the biggest one is scale. I think we surveyed both how much they have today, so the current size of their collections, but also how much the state and territorial archives expected their collections to grow, and it ended up being 1.5 million messages over the next 5 years on average, resulting in many hundreds of gigabytes or multiple terabytes of data. Obviously, again, we're not looking individually at every single record at this point, so this is a huge obstacle to them. And one of the things we looked at when we went into our tools and protocols testing was scalability. But then other ones, as you can imagine, insufficient statewide policy adoption was another one. That's a tough one for us to deal with, because as you might imagine, the state archives is for pretty much every state. We're not an enforcement agency. We can create policies, but we don't have really the ability to monitor compliance, to sanction or do anything to agencies that don't comply. That's not really our role anyway. So it's one thing to promulgate a policy, it's another thing to make sure that it's being actually adopted and used. And one of the common refrains we heard was, yeah, there's an email policy, but nobody does it, right? There's a way that you're supposed to organize your inbox, but nobody does it. And yeah, that's a problem of records management and a problem of training, but it's also a problem for us because the email just doesn't get to us because of that. Or when it does, we are obligated to do so much more to process it than we really should have to do. That's kind of going to be a recurring issue. So in order to address these obstacles and these questions, we convened our focus group for phase 2, which was the tools and protocols testing. Our objectives during this phase were pretty straightforward. We're not looking to, and I'm going to talk about a bunch of these tools very, very briefly. Some of them are other EABCC awardees, and I would strongly recommend using any and all of them. They all are incredibly useful in the right context. That was really where we were focused. We're not looking at the efficacy or how good or bad these tools are. We wanted to provide the opportunity to just get some experience with them. We also didn't want to assume, again, we know there's no one size fits all approach to this. So we didn't want to assume any type of operating system, any type of technical expertise, any type of email processing experience or expertise. We wanted to, because we're trying to build the capacity at every state and territorial archives. And as we know, a third of them have literally done nothing with any email ever. So we need to kind of start with no knowledge and no information as our baseline. We wanted to enhance support and refine existing workflows. So we did create a simple workflow for email processing that the testers could use. especially for those who didn't have one of their own. But we also encourage them to use, if their archives had one, any electronic records processing workflows or tools or reporting applications or things like that that they might normally use. Again, we're trying to evaluate the efficacy of putting these tools in context, not kind of them standalone. And then lastly, of course, we wanted to get everybody experience working with email sets. One of the big obstacles for most states and territories is that they just don't have email to work with. It's hard to kind of build a test collection of public records that may or may not have sensitive and protected information that needs to be secured, and share it widely and disseminate it widely. So that was kind of a challenge for us, but we fortunately have a solution there. So we had a great group of testers from kind of all around the US, both on the records management and the digital archive side of things. And over the course of a 12-week testing period, they were able to kind of get in there and test our workflow, the tools specifically, and really just kind of dig around and poke at the edges of everything related to email processing. So the way we did this was we created 2 virtual machines, so 2 VMs. One was Ubuntu Linux based and one was Windows based, on which we installed a bunch of different software, which I'll get to in a second, saying here's some things you could use whichever ones you're interested in, and use whichever ones work best for you. We were given very, very fortunately, and again, thank you to the state of Utah. I can't thank you enough for the use of a sample data set, a pre-processed but still incredibly valuable collection of over 14,000 emails in EML format with their associated attachments. So PDFs, Word documents, PowerPoint presentations, etc., that were associated, that were organized hierarchically, mirroring the look of somebody's inbox. So the inbox and multiple different folders, and then just a kind of a general collection. But we also encouraged the states and territories to use their own emails as well. So we knew many of them had legacy collections that had not yet been processed and not yet made available to the public. So we wanted to make sure that they could use either one. It ended up being about 50-50. So about half of the group used their own and about half started with the sample data. But I think pretty much everybody touched the sample data at one point because it was just very extensive. It had, I think it was over 7 gigabytes, and like I said, it was over 14,000 individual messages. And we used data sets that were anywhere as small as 3 megs, all the way up to about 4.5 gigs in terms of our testing data. We also created, using Emalchemy, something which has been mentioned at the symposium before, and some other tools, Thunderbird, some Outlook extensions. We created our own mBoxes too from this sample data set, and helped the testers use those as well. Though there were some issues with that, which I'll get to in a minute. But we wanted to provide just kind of, like a scattershot approach, give everybody as much as they possibly could want and let them figure it out. We provided, as I mentioned, kind of a sample framework for them to use. So this is just a look at what our VM looked like. We were able to distribute this and then kind of distribute the email separately. So we looked at EPAD and Darkmail and Tomes and Libratum, which is from the State Archives of North Carolina. We looked at Emalchemy, Mozilla Thunderbird, various Outlook plugins, and then others were encouraged to install and use whatever products they wanted. So someone wanted to have an Access database. Someone wanted a couple other different kind of commercial software that they used in their state. So of course that was allowed. We provided them a simple workflow. I'll point you to the phase 2 report again on our website if you want to see what that workflow was, but it was really straightforward. Collect the messages, process the messages, search for sensitive or protected information. What's your outputs look like? What do your reporting look like? What does your audit trail look like? What does your metadata look like, etc. They gave us 12 weeks, 2 hours per week. So all in all, it wasn't as much time. And we said specifically, it was learn as you go. We provided all of the documentation for all the tools that were provided by the vendors or the developers. And I provided office hours. It was 2 days a week in order to just sit with the testers to ensure that any issues they had in terms of installing or configuring the VM, adding more space, importing records, and any processing problems they might have. I want to just shout out to all of these different tools, some of whom developers are here today. This project wouldn't have been possible without you either. And I would recommend any and all of these software for use in your email processing workflow, with one caveat, which is just, it's incumbent upon the archivist to know exactly how they work and exactly what they're doing. And that would be a recommendation I would make to any digital archivist working with any digital processing software. It's really important for email specifically, and I'll just share one anecdote where we had, myself and another one of the testers used 5 different pieces of software to convert EMLs into mboxes, and the mboxes look different from all 5 different pieces of software. And 2 of them didn't work with some of the software that you see up on this page. It just would not validate as valid mboxes. So is that an issue with this software? No, not necessarily. We identified as the problem as being the Microsoft Outlook random plugins that we found, but don't take anything for granted. That was kind of the major advice that came out of the group. In addition to that, there was a lot of feedback that we got. The VMs themselves, they were kind of a double-edged sword. It was really nice because many states do not allow like Linux-based workstations on their state networks. So we had to deploy Microsoft-based ones, but gave them the opportunity to work in that Linux environment. But on the other hand, there was some difficulty with people not being able to use VMs. They hadn't really worked with them before, and so there was some training and some troubleshooting that needed to be done on that front. Some of the applications were difficult to adapt to the uncommon scenarios, and let me tell you that when it comes to the records of email in state government, they're all uncommon scenarios. Nobody does it exactly the same way, and even within the same agency, department, division, they might do it differently, or they might have sets of records that kind of change over from one scenario to another. One of the hardest ones for us to tackle was kind of the idea of a shared mailbox and there being multiple senders and multiple recipients. Some of the applications were better for that, some were worse, but that's really common in state government. So those are the types of things that we have kept on our list. Again, phase 2 report has all of this information. Scalability, obviously a major concern. We had a lot of issues with the VM itself in terms of kind of the data, but also some of the applications, perhaps it was because they were running in a VM, perhaps I didn't configure them correctly, but they kind of started to slow down or hang when you started talking about collections of 5 gigabytes or more, 6 gigabytes or more, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 messages. And let me tell you again that that is going to be very common in state government. I think in one of our direct assistance programs, which you're going to hear about tomorrow, you'll find that they have thousands and thousands of accounts already, and we know that some of them have multiple hundreds of thousands or millions of messages with attachments. So we're talking about accounts that themselves are hundreds of gigabytes large. So those are the types of problems that we need to be thinking about when we talk about this. And then lastly, kind of as I mentioned, we need as much audit data as we can. We need to know what's happening underneath the hood in addition to what's happening in what we can see. So much of the digital archive and digital preservation process is obscured from the end user. So it's really important to know what bits are being changed, when they're being changed, how they're being changed, et cetera, especially in the world of e-discovery, public records, freedom of information. We have to be very careful about exactly what we do to these collections. Like I said, and in terms of conclusions, we need really robust discovery and redaction tools. That's kind of the biggest outstanding question that we have. How are we going to be able to manage the task of finding, redacting, or segregating sensitive or protected information? And when I say protected, I mean protected by law against disclosure. Most public agencies don't have a process for this, except one which is a on-demand Freedom of Information Act request. Then I do the search and I do redaction. That's not happening when the entire account is being transferred to the archives. Maybe it should, and that will be a big element that we talk about tomorrow. And obviously, as we talked about, these tools are all great, and we just need to know that, or would encourage the developers to make sure they can handle the scale, because we want to use them. We want to use everything out there because they do provide great functionality that nothing else does. And no commercial product is probably going to, because this is such a niche set of requirements. So I'm mindful of the time and I'm getting into the end. Phase 3, as I said, I'm not going to talk too much about the assistance mentoring and community building phase, other than to say that essentially what we did during this part, which was the better part of 2022 and into the beginning of this year, and that work continues today. But essentially we synthesized everything we've gathered, all the information we gathered in phase 1 and phase 2. And then we provided both direct, which was that we had the consultants, so the project manager and coordinator, work with the individual states and territories who were willing to engage in this project. And then we had indirect, which is the publication of those best practices documents, those guidance documents, and just the kind of the reports that we had. It was very important for us to focus on building a community of practice within a single state or territory, in addition to across. So COSA and Syria already do such a great job of looking across the states, but we also wanted to make sure that people are thinking about this within the state. You know, it's a big project that needs to happen across the entire enterprise, and it's not going to happen if only the archives is working on it. It's not going to happen if only the archives and IT is working on it. You really need to have everybody pointed in the right direction, and something like email management is actually pretty easy to get because almost everybody understands that it's a huge problem because it's costing states money, it's costing territories money and resources to deal with it. As I mentioned, so much is spent on managing and creating records in email. Very, very little comparatively is spent on actually processing it, appraising it, and disposing of most of it, which is not archival in nature. So I could go through these all specifically, but these are the types of things that we focus on when it comes to assistance. We're really looking at the selection of emails. How do we select which emails should come to the archives, which are archival in nature? A big part of that is the kind of the capstone model that was piloted, developed by the National Archives. That looks at top level users and account, like, you know, your secretaries of state, your governors, your agency secretaries. We talk about migration in terms of getting records to the archives. What do they look like? Who's doing it? Processing, who's doing it and when? And then, of course, who's providing access to it? What access is provided? How is it provided? And when it comes to the collaborative work, we're looking at governance, roles and responsibilities across the enterprise, and of course that collaborative project building that we have mentioned so many times as being really crucial to our project. And you'll remember that records lifecycle we started with in the beginning. This is kind of what we're looking at now. It's a little bit more complicated, but really we're looking at, you know, the idea that you know, there's a account of you know, belonging to a user or multiple users, and there is some sort of trigger, usually a separation from service, but there might also be a time-based factor in there, considering that we know a lot of state employees, especially those at the kind of mid-level, tend to be state employees for 30 years. But you can't just wait for 30 years worth of email. You need some sort of governance process there. But you know, the way that the technology works today, there's the ability to have inactive or archived user accounts just kind of in a holding area waiting for them to meet their retention requirements. And then there's some kind of final appraisal that can be done. We want to push as much of that as possible to a capstone or a position-based appraisal process and hopefully make it simple. And that's kind of the carrot to all of this, is that we want to make it simple. We want to make it extensible. We want to make it possible for every state to be able to pretty quickly be able to appraise and process most of their email. So we can focus on the valuable stuff that comes to the archive instead of focusing on the 90% of public email accounts that don't really have any long-term archival value. So there's a lot more to work on. Tool-specific workflows are coming down the pipe related to whatever individual tools the archives are using. What type of preservation packages can we expect to be transferred to us, because it's unlikely the archives is going to be responsible for doing the transfer. We'll probably be receiving it and providing input, but really it's going to depend on what IT or the record producers can do. We're looking at that role-based governance for email management. Who's responsible for what things at what times? How much can we ask the records managers to do? How much can we ask the end users to do? How much will they actually do? And then lastly, the elephants in the room, such as there's linked data that is proliferating throughout email now. This is your kind of Microsoft. I'm not sending it as an attachment, I'm sending it as a link. And then how does that look? How does that actually get preserved? And it doesn't. Any type of decontextualized information. So, you know, my email, my comments highlighted in red, but the formatting wasn't saved in HTML, something like that. And then the whole other host of uncommon scenarios. We started by looking at kind of a 90%, so the 90-10 approach, and we're thinking about that 10% later. All right. Thank you very much. So if there are questions, I will look into the chat. I know I don't have a lot of time. Okay, I have a couple questions in here. So thank you all for your questions. I think the first one is from Rose. Can I give presentations like this one to agencies about our findings? How we go about requesting that? You've done it. Send me an email and I would be happy to come out and talk to your state, your public agency, whatever it might be at whatever level. We have direct assistance programs that are ongoing, and that's what the State Electronic Records Initiative is for. This is just really the tip of the iceberg, so there's a lot more information here. I encourage you all to read the reports from phase 1, 2, and 3 to kind of get at that. And we really tried to make it digestible for a common audience, not just an archivist, not just a digital preservationist, but also a secretary, an agency commissioner, records management, IT agency, CIO, that type of thing. Erin asks if we've, I'm sorry, Emmeline asks if we have documentation about our testing. Yeah, we have, what we did at the end of each, at the testing phase was solicit a survey from each of the testers. Not everybody filled it in, though we did hear from individual interviews how they did, but we have some of those. Yeah, I will make a note to make sure that we publish those. We didn't publish those with the initial report, but we will put them on our website. We'll put them in the prepare website so you see that as well. All right, let's see. Erin asks, how do you get state agencies to buy into and actually think of giving emails to the archives? Wow, good question. If anybody else has the answer to that, I am listening. Well, the truth, we rely on what I think of kind of the carrot and the stick approach. The stick is that a public agency in most jurisdictions, so this is most states and territories, law prevents you from destroying public records without the, inappropriately, which usually means without using a record schedule or without consultation from the state archives, the Public Records Advisory Board, or whatever it might be. There's a bunch of different organizations and states who can authorize the destruction of records. So basically, if you don't play ball, you have to retain your records forever. No agency wants to do that, especially with electronic records, because it costs money. That being said, the cost of digital data storage is going down. So I'm sure this is something that we've seen across not just the government community, but also corporate, academia, et cetera, is that people are very content to just say, oh, I'll just hold on to it forever now. So we have to be providing them more. That's where the carrot comes in. What can we do to provide different types of functionality that your end user, that your IT agency probably isn't going to provide? So we want to be able to provide better redaction tools, more on-demand access. Again, there's an enterprise-wide requirement to make sure that the public has access to public records. If you have them, you have to provide access to them. So you're encouraged probably to destroy them as soon as you can, according to the law. We don't want to go past that, but also you want to give them to the archives if they're archival, so we can carry that burden for you. That's what we do. We provide public access to records to hundreds of thousands of people every year, whereas most agencies probably do maybe a few hundred or a few thousand FOIA requests, certain ones exempted. So yeah, it's a lot of here's how we can help you, here's the burden we can carry for you, but it doesn't always work because we have requirements too. We need to make sure that we're not overburdened and we're not taking on too much work. I mean, again, there's more resources devoted to creating email than probably all of the archives across the United States in terms of state government. So how do you kind of manage that with such a small, really segment of the state workforce? It's not easy. Rose asks, who do we think should be the lead on email archiving? Good question. Certainly the selection needs to come from whoever's developing the record schedules, which is usually the archives. I would say in most jurisdictions of the archives, sometimes there is a committee that does so. That just talks about archival email. I think traditionally the archives has been less involved in the management of non-archival or non-permanent email. But the problem is that it's getting really hard to disentangle those two because of the way that public agencies use email. So, for example, we want to be able to say, well, we know that the secretaries and the commissioners, they have important records that relate to policy development, so we want to save those permanently. They certainly have archival records. But we don't know below that level. It would be easy to say, yeah, everybody at this pay grade or lower probably doesn't have archival records based on their influence in government, but we know that analysts at the Department of Environmental Conservation bring in permits related to land usage, which are permanent records in Vermont, for example, that need to be retained indefinitely. So we can't just say there's no kind of blanket approach that's more broadly. So certainly we need the archivist, the state archivist there. But it's not necessarily something that the archives can just dictate. We're really just a piece of this. It's essential to have your IT there, your records producers there, your AGs, your legal there, your administrators there, because if we're not all in sync, it's just not going to work and it's going to break down. And then you'll see what we see now, which is IT agencies that have 20,000 accounts just sitting there waiting to be processed. All right, I'm getting a notice that it's time for kind of the next announcement, but I'm going to stay on to answer questions. So please, if you have more, please feel free to ask them.
Thank you, Nick. I just wanted to jump in real quick because our next sessions are going to be the workshops. And we want to thank everyone who had an interest in participating in the workshops. Unfortunately, both workshops have already been filled to capacity and they're not going to be accessible through this link. So we apologize for not being able to accommodate more people. People have been contacted if they were a part of the waiting list, and you will receive a notification within the next 10 minutes, just in case somebody doesn't show up. So to keep an eye out on your email, and we hope to see you there. Chris, I don't know if you wanted to share some things.
Well, thank you, Ruby. I think you've shared it all. Again, just very appreciative, Nick. Thank you so much for Prepare Project and your time this afternoon. Great to see the interest in it. And again, thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions that I'll keep answering as long as they keep coming. Tim asks, emails not get created in a vacuum in institutions. How records arrive, i.e. SharePoint export at archives, is a very critical question about how that, any ideas about how that gets handled. Yes, I have a lot of ideas about that, how that gets handled. We assume, and this might be an erroneous assumption, but we assume that the most likely scenario is that the IT agency is going to be transferring entire accounts as PSTs. I think like 85 or 90% of states and territories use Microsoft. So we're talking about Microsoft Exchange most of the time. I think Gmail has their standard export as an mbox, but we assume that most of the time we're going to be dealing with PSTs. So there's going to be a conversion process that's part of it. Obviously, there's an element of e-discovery, the kind of the Microsoft e-discovery there as well. One of the big things that we need to work on, and it's not just the archives, but also just state government generally, is whose responsibility is it to find public records exemptions or the data that is exempt, redact it, or isolate it. It's a big question because generally most states and most sets of records, they're not doing that at the point of records creation when it would be ideal, right? When I send an email, presumably that's a good time for me to know that it has confidential information in it. But if I don't flag it then, I think the EPAD presentation was a really good example that sometimes it's really hard to find sensitive or restricted information because, again, the way that these exemptions are written, they're not necessarily discrete. They're not necessarily concrete. It's like any personal health information. I mean, there are lexicons for kind of finding that, but it's not necessarily so easy, especially when you're talking about sets of records that have nothing to do with that, or that you wouldn't expect to find that in, or maybe that you would, but you don't want to get rid of too much stuff. Again, it's a really difficult balancing act. And I think most archives believe that the proper point for that is the records producer. They're the subject matter expert. They have the best opportunity to be able to identify exemptions, but it takes time, it takes resources to do so. So we want to see some of that happen. E-discovery is a good tool for finding those type of exemptions, but how do you actually label them and kind of incorporate them into your email account management before transferring to the archives? Not so simple. And we certainly don't want to see, and it's not possible to see every archives and digital archivist at the state going through emails one by one. We may be looking at AI-enabled tools. We may be looking at kind of collaborative processes to do so. We may have to start enforcing some sort of models, such as, you know, if it contains a keyword, by design, the email system automatically moves it into a certain folder or flags it with a certain label or whatever it might be. There's a lot of approaches to that. And Ishmael says, do you have any experience with NSF formats? And which tools can you recommend for use to conversion for preservation formats for email? That's a Lotus Notes, right? That's an IBM. That's kind of like an oldie. So this is my personal opinion. I don't speak for anyone else. I hate all of the file format converters with a passion. None of them really works in a way that I expect. Many of them accidentally or intentionally strip headers, especially custom headers. So part of the question is what's there to begin with, what's actually in. So I don't personally have any experience with NSF. I do have some experience with some Lotus Notes from back in the day, but really one of the things we are looking for when it comes to the transfer from a record producing agency is the header there? Are the bodies there? And by body, I mean both the text and also any attachments. And how much context is provided with it as well. And, we feel pretty confident that we can preserve a record bit for bit, but it's the context, I think, that we always lose. So we want to, my personal view is that most of what we're talking about, and I assume for the NSF or the Lotus Notes as well, it's text. So it translates very nicely into like an XML or JSON kind of format. So that might be an easy way. If you're trying to preserve look and feel as well, I don't want to say states don't care about that as much, but part of what we're trying to do is preserve, really, I would say, is focus on the content and not necessarily the form, though of course form is important as well. And I'm actually looking forward to a couple of the other presentations during this conference, which might address that a little better, because the NSF, so Lotus Notes, we know there are states that have it, but there's also emails that are saved in HTML, emails that are saved in text files, emails that are saved in SQL databases, emails that are saved in custom database applications, which have licenses whose licensing servers don't exist anymore, so they're encrypted. There's like all different types of scenarios. And I wish I had a better solution for you, but I would say just look at the raw data and extract what you can. A lot of it is probably going to be noise, and you really want to focus on the critical content, or at least that's what we're doing. But that's kind of a necessity because of the scale we're talking about. Unless there's any other questions, I appreciate the questions, and I appreciate the participation. Thank you to everyone who joined today. And like I said, I'll hope you visit our website. I'll go back to this slide that has my contact information. If you want to take it down, send me a message about this or anything else related to email preservation, digital preservation governance in state government, territorial government, etc. Happy to talk about it. And we're looking for new perspectives too. We recognize, we're not talking about a problem that's solved. It's evolving. It's going to be different a year from now than it is today, and we're looking for best practices anywhere we can get them. So your input is really valuable too. So thank you, and thank you, Chris. Thank you, everybody.
Great. Thanks again, Nick. We'll take a break here while we get set up for the workshops, and we're going to stop the recording here. And we hope to see many of you back at 4 p.m. Central Time this afternoon for our final session of the day. In the meantime, if you're part of the workshop, hope you enjoy that. If not, please enjoy your break and see you back at 4.
Just gonna give it a couple of moments for people to keep trickling in, and then we'll go ahead and start. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us in our final session of the day for Andrew's presentation. He's coming to us live from Australia, and he'll be presenting on email and institutional archives. Andrew, you can go ahead and start sharing your presentation now.
Thank you, Ruby. So I just control the computer for 2 seconds while I'll share my screen. Just make sure I share the right one. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Excellent. We have the technology. Hello, my name's Andrew Warp. I'm speaking to you from Melbourne, Australia. It's just getting light out the side my window. I'm speaking to you from the lands of the Munurong people, and I wish to acknowledge them as traditional owners. I'd also like to pay my respect to their elders past and present, Aboriginal elders of other communities who may be here today. I'm going to talk about work we've done at the Public Record Office Victoria on archiving the government email of government. Hang on. That's better. But first, who or what is PROV? PROV's the State Archival Authority for the Australian state of Victoria. As a state archive, we deal with the records of the state government, setting standards for records management in the state, and running the archive for the records of permanent value to the state of Victoria. We're only interested in government records. In understanding where we're coming from with email archiving, it's important to understand our mission. We are not a collecting archive, by which I mean we do not collect private records or corporate records, even of notable Victorians or large organisations. Our job is simply to ensure the records of government decision-making and key functions of government are preserved. It's important to understand that the decision-making is not usually vested in individual people, but in small and large groups of public servants in agencies. This might be, for example, the C-suite, or it might be policy developers, or it might be caseworkers. So why are we interested in email? Most government agencies run a large corporate record-keeping system. Several years ago, at a PROV-hosted event for state records managers, we had the Victorian Auditor General and the Victorian Ombudsman speaking to them about investigations. And it was very noticeable to me that they both said in their own way that the smoking gun was always in the email system. It was never in the formal record keeping system. So I thought about this, we're keen on the record keeping system. And we eventually realized that this was because the work was actually being done in the email system. That's actually how people collaborated. The record keeping system was where selected bits of the work were placed after the work was done. It was clear to us at that point that record keeping systems hold important records about decision-making in government. And I'd finally point out that looking at this email symposium, that this concept generalizes for us to now more modern collaborative environments such as Teams and Snapchat and all the other similar sorts of systems. So what the work, we're looking at this work in email, we've got a lot of emails sitting around, and we're saying that the things that we think about here are the things that we'll think about when we're doing Teams and Snapchat and whatever other systems that come along in the future. About 4 years ago, we decided to look again at email archiving. We haven't got as far as we'd like because of COVID, of course. It was originally sparked by the challenges of preserving Lotus Notes email. A Victorian government was very heavy, big user of Lotus Notes, and it's over the last couple of years changed exclusively to using Outlook. So there was a whole technology shift with the resulting where do the old emails go. The key challenge for us is simply the size of the public servers. We've got 56,000 employees in the central agencies and in police, and PROV also covers thousands more in state education, state universities and hospitals. Now, NARA has a concept called Capstone, where you identify key individuals and preserve their emails. Capstone reduces this number considerably, but even employees performing key functions are likely to number in the thousands. So it's our implicit goal in managing email and archiving email is to cull almost all government emails. So a large part of this talk is about culling. So what have we done? What's our email project? We haven't got a real system yet. But we've done a bunch of tests and pilots to understand how does it work, particularly in culling. The work was carried out on we used a test data set, and the test data set was our actual own email. So 2 years of PROV's email, it's about 1.2 million emails with about 3,000 to 4,000 emails per account. That was all staff from the most junior to our director. And that has interesting complications, which I'll talk about right at the end of the talk. We used a commercial e-discovery tool to process the emails, and I'll talk about the implications of that. And we particularly investigated culling criteria on our collection. One of the things I won't talk about, but we did, was we built a prototype migration and ingest workflow. So we took Lotus Notes emails, we converted them into a more preservable format, and then we built a SIP out of that for ingestion into our digital archive. We've had a digital archive since 2004, and we're now actually on our second generation digital archive. The project is ongoing. As I said, it was delayed quite a bit from COVID because we were all working from home and it was difficult to do, and we had other things to worry about, but we're starting it up again. So the first idea that I'd like to explore is, how do you think about email? Our observation is that most archivists think of email as individual email accounts that are structured by their account holders. This makes perfect sense if you're collecting archive, accessioning the archive at specific individuals. Even NARA's Capstone is structured around the idea of capturing individual public servants and looking at their emails. It also, of course, reflects the archival principle of original order. Archives shouldn't disturb the order in which the users of the records organise them. We'd like to take a step back from that, because computer systems like email systems have many different original orders. There's the order that you see, there's the order internal orders that the system imposes, and which one you actually want to use at any given time depends extensively on what you actually want to do with it. In particular, we want to collect emails of teams of people, the C-suite, policy group, caseworkers. It makes more sense for us to think of email in many situations as a collaborative workspace and to capture the email of a team. From our perspective, it's interesting because this echoes 19th century correspondence systems in government, which we have an awful lot of, and you can see an example on the right. In this, basically, correspondence came in, and as it moved around the team of people to actually process, you ended up that people added documents and memos to the original correspondence, and you ended up with a bundle of correspondence, which was then including the final outgoing, the action, and then that was stored. And email systems to us look very similar to that in many ways internally. You can still, even if you handle them as correspondence systems or similar in other ways, you can still present the emails that you've collected as individual accounts. It just depends on what you how you how you've culled them. And this again gets back to the idea of culling. Thinking of it in terms of teams, there's some implications for us. For example, if you think about a team of people doing an action or doing a job, there's likely to be multiple copies of that email in the individual accounts. Everyone's going to have copies of the key emails. And so if you think about it as a collaborative environment, you can think about deduplication. So when we looked at Prov's email, for example, we discovered that you could get rid of about 40% of the email just simply by saying, we've got one copy of this, we don't need to keep another one. The other interesting thing is that you can look at getting restoration of missing emails. So for example, an important email came into a member of staff, they decided for whatever reason to delete it. The original sender might still have it, or another recipient might still have it. And if you think about it as a team, then you can actually restore the missing emails. Going on from that, I'd like to talk about, again, culling, positive and negative appraisal. If you think of your work email, you'll notice that emails fall into a bunch of different categories, and we've identified about 6. The smallest number often is the substantive emails that deal with your work. So for example, in my case, digital preservation. Those are the emails we want to keep. Most of the emails in your account, we actually don't want to keep. And in fact, we actually positively want to get rid of some of those as a government archive. And the key area is that personal emails. So the obvious one, when you say personal emails, you immediately think of emails from your partner or, all that sort of stuff that's related to you as an individual. There's also personal emails in your account that are work related. And you think about the emails that you send to your boss or your subordinates about HR matters, leave, performance evaluations, those sort of things, illnesses. We actually actively want to get rid of those personal emails, even from the accounts that we want to keep, because 2 reasons. One's in they're personal and that we don't want to keep those, but also because they're personal, they actually mean that the records will be closed to public access for a very long period of time until they have become essentially non-personal. And we don't want to have to do that because it effectively locks up the records. So we want to get rid of the personal emails. There's also a bunch of emails in your account that actually are work-related, not personal, but are junk. Certainly junk in terms of keeping for long periods of time. So there's a bunch of social emails, we're having lunch, there's a competition going on, or, that sort of stuff that just oils the wheels of the organization. There's a huge amount of administration. So for example, here's a new process. We're getting new office chairs. What do people think? What are the important issues? And finally, there's email related to your substantive work, but it's more about process. So for example, we want to have a meeting. Someone sends out, we want to have a meeting. Then there's a whole follow-up bunch of emails that say, oh, we can't do this time, we can't do that time, and eventually settle. We don't keep any of that, right? So if you look at it, you can get rid of an enormous amount of those emails. And remember, our goal is, again, to cull most of this stuff. And again, our goal is not to keep emails that illustrate what a person is like, that we're not a collecting institution. We're looking at emails about work. So just as a test in our project, we actually did a manual trial using just the subject and sender tags, the metadata tags, for 1 year for all of our collection. We threaded the emails to reduce duplication of title, subjects and senders, and we got about 10,000 threads. That was small enough to allow manual inspection of subject and sender to infer the value, and that was aided by the fact that it was Prov's email. So we were familiar with our business and we could tell what was important and what wasn't. We found that nearly 75% of our emails in Prov, in all our collection, were ephemeral or not permanent. That's an enormous cull. That also allowed us to produce a list of generic terms that could be used to select non-important emails. And that's what we that's what I want to talk about with positive and negative appraisal. So positive and negative appraisal. There's two. Appraisal is basically selecting which emails you want to keep. So positive appraisal is you select the emails that you're interested in. And you keep those. And it makes sense to do that because you're actually looking at a relatively small percentage of the collection. And you select those and you discard the rest. Negative appraisal is the opposite. You select the emails we're not interested and keep the rest. And you'd think that positive appraisal was the better alternative, but we'd argue that in fact negative appraisal is the better alternative, and there's a good reason for that. Positive appraisal has lots of appeal, but positive appraisal means selecting on characteristics that are unique to the agency. So when we're looking at PROV, we're looking at records that deal with the work of us as an archive or us as managing record keeping. Those characteristics, when you look at the emails, are very different to the characteristics of the important records in the police force, for example, or the important records in education or health or public services. They're very specific. And really what we're looking at is building generic tools that will go into, that we could just build on our email collection and then just port to other agencies. And ideally, what we'd like is, we don't know much about building appraisal things, particularly as AI, with the dreaded word AI comes up. We'd like other people to do that, and we'd like just to use those tools. That doesn't work for, we don't think that's going to work for positive appraisal because the characteristics that you're selecting on are so unique. Negative appraisal seems to be much more useful. And again, this builds on the work we did with actually culling our email collection. So the idea is that the characteristics of the share of the email that you get rid of because we're not interested in it are much more likely to be shared. So for example, you could imagine the characteristics of personal email are common across all of Victorian government, are common probably across all of Australia, and may even be common across the English-speaking world. Similarly, if you look at general admin or HR type stuff, again, similar characteristics, doesn't matter which agency. So we think that a negative appraisal has a much greater scope for generalizing automated tools across agencies, across jurisdictions. So you build one tool to identify personal email and then just deploy it. In particular, as I said, we're thinking the dreaded word AI, and the key thing about building AI tools is to build a training set and to build sets to actually do testing. And the tool and the sets have to be have to be representative of all the thing that you're going to run the tool on. And so we think that this idea is particularly valuable for building training sets. We're trying to find someone at the moment in Victorian government who's interested in building AI tools and see if this actually makes sense for them. The next idea I'd like to float is the concept of threading emails. And this is not about culling per se. This is about actually, well, it is about culling, but it's actually also about how you present emails to researchers. And threadings we found was such a useful thing that we're surprised that people actually don't use it more often. So threading in email is basically a fundamental part of the system, all systems implement it. So when you use reply or reply all, the system automatically includes metadata in the reply that links it to the email that you're replying to. And when you look at that email later, you can actually build the chain of emails that occurred in a thread. So it's very similar, in fact, to the bundle of correspondence that we had in the 19th century. And in particular, you can see this, for example, if you use Gmail. Gmail gives you threads rather than individual emails. And it'll say, but it's actually a little bit more generalized than that. As the drawing on the right shows, when you look at Gmail, it's just a thread. It's just one linear line. Whereas in fact, if you look at real threads, they're actually tree structured, because what happens here is, for example, you send out to a bunch of people and several people reply to you. And so you get branches in the tree. Now, if you think about this, the concept of threading, it's actually brilliant for researchers in the future, because what they're going to do is all they have to do is find one of those emails in that thread, and then they've got the original creators of the email actually organize it for them, so they can easily see what's related to that email, what preceded it and what came after it, and what were the other things that the people were saying about it. So it's brilliant for finding things, but it's also brilliant because it reduces the clutter. If you're listing for users every single email that's in the account, you just get huge amounts of repeated subject lines, for example. Whereas if you thread, you just get the individual lines. And in fact, that was what we were doing when I talked about the work that we did to look and see how much we could cull out of our collection that wasn't relevant, that was ephemeral. We threaded, and then that reduced the number of things that you actually had to the person had to examine. Now, that leads on to the thing. It's for exactly the same reason. It's actually brilliant for appraisal and deciding whether something's valuable or not. It reduces the number of decisions that you have to do. It reduces the clutter. But also, and gets specifically into the concept of automated tools, it increases the information available to the tool on whether this information is relevant, or this thread is relevant or not. Instead of looking at one individual email, you're actually looking at all of the emails in a thread. That increases the amount of information. It makes it more likely that the key characteristics that you want to keep, you're trying to identify, are actually in the thread. It also means that if you're doing appraisal on this, there might be emails in the thread that don't meet the characteristics that you're looking for. If you're threading, they'll be included anyway. If you're not threading, they might be disposed of. So we think threading is such a brilliant idea for both presentation to researchers and doing appraisal and selection that we would really encourage people to think about it. So we actually did, of course, some tests of appraisal, threading, and just to see how it worked. And we actually used several different threading techniques. We used the e-discovery tool. We actually wrote our own threading algorithm to try it again. And so I can talk about both of those. The positives was there was a very impressive reduction in clutter when viewing email collections. We found that there was a 60% reduction. We deduplicated the email collection, then we threaded it, and we found that over the deduped collection, there was a 60% reduction in deduped emails with an average thread length of 2.5. This meant that even manual appraisal felt more achievable in what we were doing. As I've tried to say, we think that threading would be useful even if you were looking at email as account by account. That you can still thread, of course, because you might miss a couple of emails. And one of the really interesting things is that threading actually gives you enough information to identify that there are missing emails and where they come in the chain. The other interesting thing was that threading was actually very cheap to implement. It was quite easy to thread an entire collection of Prov's emails over a year, or even on a small computer. So we actually found the whole thing was really brilliant. It really worked well. There were a couple of negatives though. The first one was the concept of thread drift. So this is what happens when you send out an email and some person decides to respond, but not on the topic of the email. So they'll just use the same list and say, oh yes, but also this thing. And so threads can change topic over time. So you won't just get, the thread might not just be one particular thing. You can also have concept of thread breaks. So this is very typical. You send out an email, the thread will happen for a while, it'll die, and then you'll end up, and then a couple of days later, a week, you might send out a new email on the same topic, and you'll start a new thread. Or the other thing that will happen is you'll send out a thread, you'll send out an email and people won't reply to it. They'll actually create a new email to reply to it, and that the threading won't work there. And in fact, both of those things are really interesting because you can see that happening in the original 19th century correspondence systems that we looked at, that we have it as well. Exactly the same concept, exactly the same issue. Technically, threading is harder than it should be because there's a standard for threading in email threading, but not all systems actually implement it. For whatever reason, we don't know why, they use their own metadata to actually indicate threads. And you just have to deal with that. There's a bunch of different things. We should also notice that threading is not itself a useful thing for culling because the length of the thread does not indicate importance. Our longest thread that we found had 335 emails in it, and it was all about replacement of our office chairs. If you've ever heard of C. Northcote Parkinson and his laws, one of his laws was the amount of discussion time in a meeting was inversely proportional to the importance of the topic. And this is exactly the same thing, because if you ask about office chairs, everyone has an opinion in the organization. If you ask about something specific, then only the specific people who reply. Threading lead on to the concept, and again, we're looking to the future here. We couldn't do anything about this, was the concept of super threading. And again, coming back to the idea of AI. So super threading was the idea that, well, we've got these threads. And as I said, often you have thread breaks, but there might be enough information in a thread rather than individual emails to assist in putting those threads together. So to be able to say, if I found a thread, to be able to say to the system, what are other threads that are like this? They might have the same participants. They might have also the same topics. And because there's more information in a thread than an individual email, super threading should work better. It's for the future. We'd love to be able to do a bit of research onto that. I'd like to change gear a little bit and now talk about some of the tools we used. And particularly, I'd like to start off by talking about the e-discovery tool that we used. Now, e-discovery tools are commercial products. They're used in legal work to examine collections of data, such as email. Typically, the name comes from the legal concept of discovery, where you're having a court case and you're suing someone, for example. And the first thing that happens is that your lawyers get together and they say, let's search through all of our collection of information and find the relevant information. So if you're being sued, they'll go through your email system and they'll find all the relevant emails, start to see where it's getting linked to what we're doing. We'll also discover it's also used in investigations. So for example, the police, or in our case, this is where we got the recommendation for this tool from the organisation in Victorian government that investigates corruption. They use this tool, again, exactly the same way. They have a collection of email, they want to find relevant emails. The systems they're commercial systems, they're very powerful. They're typically, we use a tool called Nuix. The sort of things it can do is it can examine the collection, it can visualize it for you, it can do threading, it can remove duplicates. A key functionality, of course, is that you're able to select emails. You look for a bunch of emails, you get a list of things that match the criteria, you select the ones that you want to keep or dispose of, you can export them out to doing other things. It can also do migration between email formats. It can load a bunch of more than one email account at once. They're extremely powerful. They're very similar to ePad. And if you saw iPres, the last iPres, there was a presentation on ePad, and one of the audience asked Cal Lee, why don't you just use a commercial tool? Why are you developing ePad? And I don't think Cal gave a good answer, but I can tell you exactly what my answer to that question would have been. These tools are expensive. They're very powerful, but they're expensive. And in fact, our observations on the eDiscovery Nuix tool. The positive thing, I'll start off with the positives. It worked very well. There was no bugs. It worked perfectly. It was very powerful. It had a lot of functions. It even had simple AI techniques. Another thing from our perspective was that it was a supported tool. So if we had problems with it, we could ring up the supplier and say, how does this work? There was a whole bunch of, there were training courses. You could get people, you could hire people in to do things if you wanted to. You could just pay them to build systems for you. It was brilliant from that point of view. It could process multiple accounts at once. And of course, if you've been following what I've been saying, that's exactly what I thought exactly what we wanted. There was a manual selection process, so it was really intended to be used by people looking at collections of email, picking the ones they want, exporting them. But you could automate that process by building batch systems. So you could say, select on these criteria, export on these criteria. The negatives for us was that fundamentally the key one was it was too expensive. For us as an archive with a small budget, it was expensive. It was an ongoing license. Now, you can understand why it was expensive. These are intended to be used in legal environments, and they're really intended to make lawyers more productive. So you're looking for an e-discovery tool, you're looking at what relevant things a lawyer's making, or a paralegal is making a judgment call as to whether they're relevant or not. Anything you can do to make those lawyers more productive because they're so expensive is going to be worth a lot of money. We couldn't afford it. We found that it was very hard to use. There was so much power and so many ability in it, that you really needed vendor support and vendor training. One of the interesting stories that our support person told us was that when they install this into police forces, the police officers don't actually use the tools directly. What they do is they actually hire a technician to actually drive the systems, and the police officer goes in and tells the technician, this is what I want to do, and the technician actually does it. And that's because they're actually hard to use to get good results out of. We found it also requires a very high-end computer to run. There's a lot of processing going on under the hood. We actually used a virtual computer. We got one from our supplier, and that turned out to be a really big mistake. So ignoring the whole concept of this, if you're processing emails, don't use virtual computers. The reason is that there's so much information that you have to push to and from the virtual computer, it just starts to kill what you're doing, and it's just really slow. We also found that the logic inside the Nuix system was very opaque. So there was general discussion about what it was doing, but you didn't know precisely in detail how it was doing deduplication or how it was doing threading. And you couldn't tune that. You couldn't say, well, actually, I want to do deduplication slightly differently. The final thing that we found was that the fine-grained selection that the Nuix tool actually allowed you to do wasn't very useful for us. We were getting good results with relatively simple culling techniques, and what we were looking at was very targeted machine learning or AI techniques, which would be relatively easy to build into just generic, into a simple tool that you could then run over. The sort of environment we were looking at was basically to say, here's almost a command that you run over your collection of emails to identify and remove all the personal emails. Right? We didn't really, Nuix was at that point, when we'd actually built the system, Nuix would have been an overkill. And we don't want a command, we don't want a system that people play with, we just want a command. The final idea that I'd like to float with you is the concept of challenge of test data. Now, as I kept coming back all the way through the talk, is we're a small organization. We can't build all these tools. What we'd like to have is for a community, including ourselves, to build individual specific tools that, depending on how you do, what your skill sets are, and share them. And ideally, we want to share them locally, and we want to share them in Australia, we want to share them internationally. In order to build those tools, though, the tools have to be, you have to have a representative set of test data. So for all of that test domain. So how portable is our personal domain? I've talked a bit about that with positive and negative appraisal. But fundamentally, in order to build those tools, you need test data. Now, how representative is that test data, the test data that you're using? And for example, a lot of people use the Enron test data. It's a large collection of email, but we actually looked at that and said, how representative is that data set that's sourced from a large US corporate 22 years ago? How representative of that is that of a modern Australian state agency like Public Record Office? There's no reason why it should be representative at all. So you really need to look at your more representative email collections. And then, of course, the challenge is sensitivity and privacy of the email collection. And particularly if what you want to do is you want to give these tools out to people so they can try it on their own email and see if or their email collections that they're processing to see if that actually works. So as I've said earlier, we actually for our test data, we used our own emails for 2 years. That was all staff, all email for 2 years. Think about that for a minute. That's very clearly sensitive. It's both sensitive from an organizational perspective. We had the emails of all our C-suite, including the director. It's also sensitive from a personal perspective. We had all the emails of all our colleagues. I'd like to, first of all, before I go any further, was acknowledging the trust that our colleagues and our management placed in the people doing this project. We could have looked at anything. They trusted us, and that was I was actually very, very proud of us and our organisation that we were actually able to do that. In order to do that, to get to that place of trust, we had to be we had to do a number of things, though. It required very clear communication with the staff and with the management about exactly what we were doing. So we talked about the project, we described the functions we were doing, what the processing we're doing. We also limited how we were using the collection. We self-limited it. So what we did, for example, was we said to the staff and the management, we will not look at the body of the emails when we're processing the whole collection. We'll only look at the metadata associated with the header. And so that's, for example, why when we were culling emails to see how many were not relevant right at the start, we looked at the subject and the senders. If we had to do processing that involved looking at the body of the emails, we used our own personal emails. So, for example, I was responsible for building the tool that generated that processed the Lotus Notes emails to produce the SIP. And I used my own emails to test that worked. And once I was comfortable that it worked correctly, then I processed a whole bunch of email, whole collection, right, without looking at what was in it. There was even, interestingly enough, providers concerned. So we don't actually run our own email system. We actually use a Cenetex, which is the state government supplier of IT services. And when we went and said to them, can we have our emails? They said, oh, no, you can't do that. That's sensitive and private. And there could be leaks and all sorts of stuff. And we actually had to go back to them and say, A, it's our own email, but also we're the state archives. We hold very, very sensitive and secure information, even IT information, and we're used to doing that. So, and it's actually our job. So we can do this. And they said, oh, all right. But the final thing to think about with this is we've got our test data set, and it's an ongoing process. We're continually we want to work with it now, and we're having to renegotiate the concept of privacy and sensitivity with our staff. and not so much with the staff, but with the processes involved around handling private and sensitive information. But ultimately, we can't share that information, that test data, with anyone. We can't give you it. We can't even, so you can't reproduce exactly our results. We could talk about what we did, but if you want to try it yourself, you have to find your own test data. I think that's a massive challenge for actually progress in managing, manipulating and archiving emails. Where are we going to get the test data that's going to allow us to actually move forward, as a community? I don't have an answer to that, but I just raise it as a problem that we found when we were doing this. What are the takeaway messages that I hope you have heard from my talk? I think a key one is the purpose of your archive will change how you think about about archiving email. We think about archiving email, it's a collaborative workspace. We want to get rid of almost all of the email that we're coming in, even of the people who are making decisions. That's very different if you're a collecting archive and what you're doing is you've got a person of interest and you want as many of those emails as you possibly can because you want to understand the person. We don't care about the person. We want to understand the decisions. I want you to think about the concept of positive and negative appraisal. We think that negative appraisal in particular, selecting the emails that you don't want to keep and getting rid of them, particularly in our environment where we want to get rid of a lot of emails, and we want to do that in a generic way that's portable across many jurisdictions and many, possibly even many countries. We think that negative appraisal is the better way to go because it's a lot of those things, the characteristics we're making the decision on are going to be shared across many, many organizations, whereas the specific characteristics that we want to keep aren't going to be shared. We absolutely want you to think about the concept of threading in it, not just for processing emails and culling them, but also in actually accessing them in future by researchers. Threading's a wonderful thing. It's actually in the system. It's a original order that the system itself places there. It reflects how the people, it is created by the fact that the people actually process emails in that specific way, in a specific way. We think it's a wonderful idea. It doesn't mean that you have to present the emails as threaded. You could still present them as the original order users saw them in subject folders. But once you found the thread, you can actually present that in a different, to allow the researcher to actually explore what the user actually did. And of course, that leads on to the possibility of super threading, where you can link together threads. If you want to use e-discovery systems, I'd say they're extremely powerful, but they're expensive, and I don't think they're a perfect fit for what how an archive wants to process its email collections. It's really intended to select a very small, positively select a very small number of emails that you then share with people, whereas we want to do something quite different. And finally, the challenge, I think, in moving forward with email processing and email archiving, one of the challenges is simply finding a way to build test sets so that we can actually work on this thing together. They're what I'd like to talk to you about. I hope you found it interesting. I'm very happy to take questions, and I'll stop sharing my screen if I can get back to sorry.
Hi, Andrew. We have a couple of questions here. So the first one is, how many people are in your organization who shared their email?
All right, so we have a staff count of about 100. And as I said, we had all of the emails of all of those 100 people. That's why when we looked at the collection, I think there was about 3,000 to 4,000 emails per account per year. So it wasn't a huge collection. We're not a large organisation. It's not like we're the Victoria Police, we're thousands of police officers. but it was enough to process and enough to get to learn. Does that answer the question?
I believe it does. So our next question is from Tim Gollins. He said, thinking of test data collection, could we consider the possibility of a black box distributed collaborative testing? The test environment could be set up to be invisible to the tool developer. Each test data host would test all the tools using a standardized and agreed protocol. Do you think that institutions might be interested in such a setup?
That's a very interesting idea. I have no idea. I hadn't thought of that. So my immediate reactions would be, it would be a bit of challenging because for two reasons. One is simply the fact that this stuff is so personal, so sensitive, I think is probably a better way. So you're making this stuff available. You think about it from a management perspective. You know, we had all the emails of our director, and if you make that available, you know, there's always that the thing, can someone break that back box? The other challenge is simply from the sheer perspective of actually processing the emails. What you want to do is actually look at the emails, which is why we actually had to self-impose that we wouldn't look at the bodies of the emails, because that was, again, there was a sensitivity issue. So it's an interesting idea. One of the things that we thought of was perhaps we could just do, you could actually pre-process the collection. So you might end up with a bunch of headers and perhaps a word vector from the body of the email, so that you didn't get the email itself, you got a word vector, which should be less sensitive, but you know, you could still think that you know, the vector itself, you know, if you had a sensitive issue that you were discussing with your manager, the body of the word vector would still likely represent that sensitive issue. It's a real challenge. I actually can't see an answer to that. And black box is certainly an interesting one I hadn't thought of. So that's somewhere to go, but it is a challenge.
So sorry, Andrew. I just wanted to say I've seen this used in at least one place where the developers of tools are not permitted to have access to the collections on which the tools will be used. It's because the tools are using classified, the collections are classified government collections, and the tool developers aren't clear to see the material. So
then that'd be really interesting. I don't know how you could tell whether the tools worked or not, though. That's the problem. Because
you have to agree a testing protocol so that the testers can carry out the test independent of the developers. It requires quite a lot of infrastructure, but there are concepts in this space that are used in the information retrieval community where
that's actually a really interesting idea. So I actually had not completely understood.
That's what I mean. So we might have 3 or 4 institutions which each developing different tools, but they might agree to collaborate. Each of them hosts their own test data, but agrees to test everybody's tools.
Yep.
So that everybody gets all their tools tested on all the data, but the data never leaves the host institution. That's
a great idea. I actually hadn't really fully understood what you're talking about. So effectively, what you're saying is that you develop your own tools, but the testing's done by the data owners. Hello?
I'm sorry, I give permission.
That's okay.
A little too soon.
That's a really interesting idea.
I'll ask one more question and then we'll go ahead and close out the session. So did you have the test email owners look at your appraisal decisions to see whether they noticed obvious gaps in the record or any personal info that was missed?
Sorry, could you repeat that? It got cut out a little bit.
Oh yeah, sure. Did you have the test emails owners look at your appraisal decision to see whether they noticed obvious gaps in the record or any personal info that was missed in the?
No, we didn't. We didn't do that. That was one of the things we thought about. as it happens, the person who did the examination of the was our records manager. So she was very, very familiar with not only our the work that Prov does, but also what was actually important and what wasn't. What our own appraisal policies said was permanent. So I'm very confident that she actually made the right decisions. But it was still an interesting thing that we were thinking about. But of course, it's such a small organization, we're so busy that we felt that simply getting people to allow to do their own to rework over their own emails was actually a bit much of an ask. Something for the future.
Well, I'd just like to take a moment to thank you here, Andrew, at the end of our day, the beginning of your day, for making some time from Melbourne. I know it's very early in the morning there, and winter as well, or something like winter anyway.
Well, it's not a northern European winter. That's certainly not. And you might have noticed as the talk went on that it got lighter in the background.
I did. I saw it getting lighter and lighter, and I really did appreciate your talk. I'm still trying to wrap my head a little bit around this notion of super threading, but being involved here in my own administrative role, I know exactly what you're talking about, because there are threads, and then there are side threads, and then there are completely unrelated conversations, which actually bear a lot of relevance to the main topic at hand. In fact, one of my threads here that I had the past week topped out at over 125 responses, as we were looking to announce a preservation project here in the library. So again, I just really want to thank you for this thought-provoking talk. Thank you for the work you're doing, and the reference over to the e-discovery tools. We essentially came to the same conclusion you did, that they're great, they're wonderful, they're also highly complex and expensive, but lots of food for thought there. So
if you have the money, go for it.
Exactly. So again, thank you, Andrew. I'd like to thank everybody who made it to the end of the day here. And we're looking forward to more tomorrow. So we hope to see you then. And in the meantime, have a good evening or a good day ahead. Again,
thank you very much.